So, Alyssa, I think I've been on since about 6 a.m. this morning on calls. So I'm with you. Seems to be our new world today, these days, different
Yeah,
times.
especially if you have to deal with East Coast or even overseas,
Yeah,
then your schedule is now 24 hours, pretty much.
it is.
So I hope that we can give you a little bit of relaxation from that stress by looking at our projects instead of
Please.
having to deal with, I don't know, flash floods and things like that. Hi, Chai.
It's good.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Sure, it's a pleasure.
So, we're going to wait 1, 2, 3 minutes. Actually, maybe we don't really. Let me just check who's missing by looking around my screen. Annie is missing. Annie Chu, but all our other jurors are here. So maybe I should get started. Before we get started, let me just, I know I mentioned it in an email also before, but just to make sure that you're aware, so we're going to live stream this also on YouTube, well, parts of it, not the entire session, but so I hope that's okay for everyone. We're only going to it's probably going to be the first 2 hours or something like that, hour and a half to 2 hours. Then there's going to switch over to other presentations from Woodbury, but just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that one more time. And also then wanted to let James know, our IT guy, that we would be about to be able to start our stream if you are ready. James? Hello?
Says we're live on YouTube in the chat.
Okay, we are. Perfect. So thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for coming here. So for our final presentations of our Interior Design Studio 7. I want to start first by introducing our guests and then briefly introducing the program of this semester, and then we can get started with the presentations. So I'm very, very excited. We have a very great group of guests here. I want to start with Brett Schwery from, he's the Senior Vice President and Interior Design Directors of the Americas at AirCom. Hello, Brett.
Hi there. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Some of our students know you already from the wonderful presentation you gave 6 weeks ago, roughly, something like that, maybe.
Right.
Sorry, I was having connection problems, Annie.
Oh, hi, Annie.
I finally got on after a few tries.
Yes, it worked. Good. Then we have Alisa Schultz, healthcare leader and principal at Gensler. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me.
We have Chai Yavachandran, health studio leader and principal at Smith Group. Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Did I butcher your name completely, or was it somewhat okay?
You are good. It's Chai Jaya Chandran, but Chai is good.
Chai.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Okay. Thank you. Then we have Annie Chu from Chu and Gooding, and formerly also Woodbury University. Thank you for joining us. Annie has been, teaching for a long time at Woodbury, but just recently retired. Unfortunately, we're very unhappy about that. But at least our students get to see you in this round one more time. And then we have Heather Peterson, full-time faculty at Woodbury University also. Hi, Heather. Thank you for joining us. And then all of our students, of course. So the project this year that we're looking at, our Studio 7 in general, is the comprehensive project. So it's the culmination right before their senior project, where we try to comprehend one more time everything they learned throughout the time. At the same time, it is a healthcare project, which is also why some of our jurors are healthcare specialists, and I hope you won't be too critical of some of our not perfect interpretation of healthcare. The way I set up the studio was to really try to make it comprehensive by going through a lot of the other courses again with this class, and also inviting faculty in from former studios and former seminars to contribute again one more time to this class. So we started with what we called the Comprehension 1. The topic was poetry, where we had the help of Matt Corbett, who is teaching Tectonics 1, and he's also our shop master for the university. The students were reading a text by Italo Calvino, The Distance of the Moon. Very poetic, beautiful text about a time when the moon was so close to the earth that you could kind of jump over to the moon and harvest moon milk there. And the students were building a 3D object from this, based on this text. And you will see that object most of the time in the top, or for all of them in the top left corner of their presentations. The second comprehension was about mood, and we did that with Thomas Taalman, who's teaching materials and furnishings. And there was the creation of what we call the mood material message board. So on one hand, a traditional mood board, material board, but it was also more about starting to create a brand through this. And you see that usually below as the second image on the presentation. The third comprehension was with Lara Hote, which was then about branding, creating a strong brand, and at the same time designing a few individual spaces for a spa. Comprehension 4 was about codes. This is when the site was introduced with Branka Olsen as our helper. She's teaching building systems and codes. So the students would do a code analysis and then also design a partial renovation. For this, for the actual project, we used the IIDA student design competition, which is a care clinic in Chicago, a primary care clinic. And the partial renovation basically only allowed the students to work with furniture and fixtures and surfaces, but all walls were already existent. But it, of course, still had to be based on the brand and on all of the former steps in the development. There was also their midterm. From there, we went to Comprehension 5, space planning, which was then the full renovation of the project. And that's the main project. Students will actually only talk about this project today, but I want to give you the background of everything. So the full project, we started then with a program analysis, proximity matrix, bubble diagram, block diagram, laying out the space, and you see kind of bits and pieces of that at the top center of the presentation board. Comprehension 6 was human well-being with me. At that point, we introduced well features into the project. So we have a course that is called Human Well-being, where the students get trained according to the principles of the WELL certification. Comprehension 7, lighting, with John Tutor, the lighting teacher. And then Comprehension 8, the last one, was MEP life safety with Robert Kerr, construction documents. And as usually at the end of a project, we ran out of time, and you only see fragments of that actually in the project. But that was the goal, to really go all the way into that. So sorry that did not make it to the end. So that's kind of the rough, quick rundown of the entire project. Any questions about that from anyone? I think it's pretty straightforward. So the students will only focus on the full renovation and not really talk about the other things. We don't have, that much time. We have in this morning session a total of 8 students. It's about, let's say, 25 minutes for each one of them. I asked them to prepare presentations that are less than 5 minutes, so we have enough time for everybody to give us feedback afterwards. Is everybody on our concept board where the projects are posted? Good. We're going to start at the top left with Lorena Perez. Please take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lorena Perez. Thank you for taking the time and being here today. So like Christoph already mentioned, we did a series of projects that helped guide us to our full renovation. The project that I felt helped guide me the most was my collage. So my collage was a combination of inspiration that I took from the story we read, plus our object. So the setting that really inspired me in the story was one where there's a group of individuals that are on boats in the middle of the ocean, and there's cliffs surrounding them, and the moon is so close that the attraction of the moon causes the aquatic life to rise up, and therefore the colors of the aquatic life become present. So that being the violet colored fish, the turquoise colored octopus. So this setting plus my object, which was a petri dish with bacteria on it to represent the perspective of being on the moon looking down onto Earth, combined made my collage. When I presented my collage, I got the feedback that it felt like a quiet storm. So I felt like that phrase was very in line with the concept that I wanted to use moving forward onto my full renovation. So for my full renovation, I titled it Cliffs. Like I said, I took inspiration from the phrase a quiet storm. So when thinking what visuals come into mind when I think of a quiet storm, I started to imagine that of a rocky beach where you're surrounded by water, cliffs, large rocks, similar to that in the story, and also similar to that of the British Virgin Island bats, in which I took inspiration from. So I wanted to bring this setting to my primary care clinic that's located on the 14th story of what was formerly known as the John Hancock Center that's located in Chicago. The purpose in bringing this rocky beach type setting to this primary care clinic in Chicago is to bring a more serene and calm experience to the busy city of Chicago so that the users are able to really connect with nature, which improves their well-being and really ties in the purpose of this primary care clinic, which is to improve their overall health. So how am I able to bring this rocky beach to this busy city of Chicago? I was able to do that through my color palette, materials, furniture, lighting, well elements, and space planning. When given the floor plan for our primary care clinic, what came to mind first was who are the actual users of this space? So the users of this space are staff and patients. There were two entrances in this space. So when you come in, these are the elevators. The lobby is to the left. So there are two entrances, one allocated for staff and one allocated for the more public, so that being patients. I wanted to create this setting here for staff so that I was able to put in the administrative workroom, the practitioner's workroom, the staff lounge, and the manager's office, compared to the more public entrance, which is for patients, which include the process being like you come in, you check in, you go into the waiting area, the consultation room, the exam rooms, the restrooms, if needed, the manager's office, check out, and then exit once again. I wanted to, again, bring this rocky beach type of setting into this floor plan. So I created a staggered floor plan, as you can see, similar to that of when you're navigating through an ocean cave. Instead of it being one long shot, it's gonna be, you kind of navigate your way through the space. I also considered the time frame that these individuals will be using the space, particularly the patients. So you come in, you check in, let's say the patient is gonna be doing something quick, like a meeting in a consultation room or a manager's office. I wanted to keep that towards the entrance, so it's a more of a quick in and out type of thing compared to the patients that will be coming in and using the exam rooms. I also added to my program these interactive nook areas that are all throughout the public and private areas, so the patient and staff areas, so that, again, it's for their program where you can come in and if a guest comes with the patient, they're able to wait in these interactive nooks, or if someone needs to take a call, they're able to do so in these nook areas. And I also added a sleeping pod to the staff area to be in line with the well elements of encouraging the well-being of the users. So in this case, the staff, they're able to take a nap in between breaks if needed. I added these interactive nook areas and the sleeping pod for their program, but also so that the users can begin to engage with the materiality of the space. For my color palette, I was inspired by the quiet storm that one experiences while taking a walk along a rocky beach. The colors encapsulate the scenery that's caught by the eye, So the colors really range from dark blue to light blue, dark gray to light gray, a tan for the sand, and then the pops of color that were inspired by my collage. The materials that I used included wall samples and floor samples that resemble the rock texture, so lots of stones. There's a lot of dark stones to resemble the rock texture, but I wanted to balance it out with lighter tones. So I used light blues for some of my walls and vinyl hardwood on the floors. Again, to mimic this rocky beach, I created that staggered floor plan. So the movement of this hallway is a more staggered feel to it. So all my horizontal walls have that rock texture and all my vertical walls have a light blue color to it. Again, to help with that balance of light and dark, and also to help with the wayfinding throughout the space. To bring in that more feeling of walking and navigating through that ocean cave, the hallways feel a little bit darker, with the ceiling also having that rock texture. But when you're walking through these ocean caves, there are areas of sunlight that come in. So I wanted the exam rooms to resemble that. So my exam rooms have that light blue on the walls and the vinyl hardwood on the floors to resemble that soft touch to it, to resemble the sunlight. For my furniture, we had to comply with the 50% requirement from OFS and Carolina, so I followed that. Yet I also brought in furniture that had more organic forms so that they feel and look to that more natural environment that I'm creating. And my light fixtures had that pop of color, so there was lots of blues and purples within the light fixtures. As you can see in the renders, I brought in that rock texture to really be in line with that natural feeling that I wanted to encapsulate in this setting. I also brought in waterfalls to be in line with those natural elements. So there's waterfalls behind the bar area, and I also included a water fountain by the entrance, again, to be in line with the overall feeling of being surrounded by nature. There's a lot of balance between soft and rough, light and dark, so that the users really experience this balance that you typically feel when you're out in nature, which overall just improves the well-being of the users, whether that be the staff or the patients. And this is, again, to tie in the purpose of what this space is, which is a primary care clinic that improves the overall health of all the users. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorena.
Christoph, can we just jump in?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Great. Thanks, Lorena, for your presentation and your explanation. I have a couple of general comments to your overall approach and name of your project, as well as what you were trying to convey with cliffs. And having just been up along the Northern California coast up in Timber Cove, which is absolutely beautiful. If you've not been up there before and you start to drive along the coastline, you're on sort of the edge of cliffs looking down at the water, and there's some beautiful serenity that happens with that. There's also a bit of a tension that happens with that, which is a little bit, I'd have to say, a little bit edgy because it's so magnificent. And yet sort of the jagged, raw appeal leaves a little bit unsettling, but yet when you look at it in a large, vast expanse, it looks absolutely beautiful. My question to you, when you looked at this, and as I look at the overall entirety of your idea with cliffs and the fact that this is a healthcare facility, oftentimes with people that are coming in that have issues, they're stressed, perhaps they're concerned. Do you feel, so the question to you, do you feel like sort of the jaggedness of the entirety of the design might lend to their uncertainty of what their condition is, so that they might feel a little bit unsettled because they're so close to the rocky edge and sharpness of your design? Do you feel that that's going to impact them versus the serenity that you get when you look at an ocean or a sort of a cliff that's sort of from afar?
Yeah, I could definitely see that as well. Because like you said, once you're there experiencing it, you do get those both sides to it. I feel like I was trying to get away from that by creating, like I said, in the spaces, for example, the exam rooms, this soft and lighter feel to it, just so that, again, the exam rooms, it's more of an area where it's very like nerve-wracking, because that's where you're getting the exams done, things like that. So creating a lighter feel to that setting, I felt like helped balance it out. And then when just overall thinking of my concept, I knew that I wanted to bring elements such as water into it. And when thinking about the beach, I did think of doing the approach of like a beach in which, there's like tikis, things like that. But I felt like that wasn't in line with just the context of, like, let's say Chicago, where it's cold. So I felt like more of that rocky beach setting was more in line with what people in Chicago already experience in that sense. But then also,
and you also have in Chicago, you have the lake view, so it's a little different there because that building views the lake, right? From, I'm not sure what side of the building this is on, but everyone is very familiar with the lake versus the beach, and the water element is prevalent. So that's a good choice. I like your color palette. I just have concerns over its the approach of it being called cliffs. People might think, I'm going to just go out there and say this, but it sounds bad, jumping off a cliff, or, I'm going to be very concerned that, that sounds like I'm on edge versus I'm coming there to heal. So while the intent of what you wanted to have and how you've described it is very good, I'm concerned that people would feel like if they heard the name was cliffs and they go in, they see it's all jagged, rocky, edging, that they might not feel that calmness that you're explaining. So there's the difference between that, and that's why it's always good to kind of hear from others what they might feel. And you can tell that more in the renderings. If I pulled the renderings away and I looked at the color palette and what you had, and even the planning, I think that feels comfortable. But when I start to see what it would transform itself into three-dimensionality, I feel like it gets a little bit edgy for a healing environment. So anyway, just some initial thoughts.
yeah, thank you.
I think, oh, sorry, go ahead, Annie.
Oh, go ahead. I just clicked my unmute ready to.
Oh,
go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I was thinking a lot about the tone in this project. And you've clearly done very careful conceptual positioning from this exercise that you had done with the translation of the Calvino text. And I think that when you talk about and you verbally describe things, the tone seems right, but there's something in the particularities of the execution that at times feels a little bit like it's missing the mark. And I think Brett is picking up on some of this in terms of how the associations with some of these things could send people psychologically down a path that you might not intend, and that might actually be counterproductive to the programming of the project. And there's a couple of things that I think, if, hypothetically, if you had time to go back and maybe revisit, one of them would be the way in which you're executing all of these sort of mineral surfaces. I'm assuming that you intend for this to be actual geology, right? Like real stone. Mm-hmm. And I think if you maybe thought about taking some of the three-dimensional components, like it looks like the reception desk and things like that are these big blocks of stone that they have a weird status in terms of geometry. They're not really like a raw found object. They're more like a slightly architecturalized chunk. And I think maybe you just need to flatten everything so that it's much more about 2-dimensional and 2.5-dimensional mineral surfaces. And then you're playing around with essentially the surface finish, right? You go from something that might be really kind of rough hewn and crude and sort of found as a surface, and you play through a kind of gradient relative to different moments within the programming of the project, where you might even work your way all the way to something that has a very high polish and is very reflective like the surface of water. And I think that you'd get more mileage out of what the mineral part of the palette could be doing for you. if you play more with texture, because I think that that's actually the moments in the project where it's strongest. Like there's one rendering, I think of maybe a patient room or something like that, where you have this one, what looks like in the rendering, a kind of mineral wall, right? And we're quite close to it in the rendering. And the sensibility of that texture, I think, buys you more than in other instances where you're trying to capitalize on a kind of heavy geometry to do it. And then the other thing I was thinking about too was color in relationship to this. I almost feel like you have too much color in the project, or that it's color is kind of distributed in a kind of equal way everywhere. So I was imagining a version of this project that might be much more monochromatic, and that would also allow you to capitalize more on variations in texture, because you can actually read subtle shifts in texture more if color is more minimized within a kind of field of view. And then maybe where you're using like these purples and these kind of turquoise colors, if you saw all of those things in an indirect way, so you saw them as like the reflection off of the surface, or you saw them through a thick medium, like something that was like a vapor, or through the thickness of a semi-translucent material or something like that, which is much more how we experience vivid color within the conditions of, you know, the beach and the ocean. We're usually seeing it through some other medium in a kind of glowing indirect way. And that would also potentially, I think, heighten some of the agenda that you already have in play with your lighting. So I think it's like you've got all the right, you've got the right attitude, and you've sort of got the right elements, you know, in play, but the particular way in which they're reckoning with one another, I think could maybe be more subtle. So you just sort of like, you know, reduce everything down to a more, not a flat surface, but you get more kind of 2.5 dimensional, and then maybe get a little bit more sophisticated with the way in which color is deployed within that, so that it's more endemic to the material and less about the application of a kind of very saturated, vivid shape.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. Now that you pointed out, I can I already started imagining things, so thank you.
I want to piggyback on what Heather says, and I think there's a few concepts here. And Lorena, you know, I've seen you in several projects since first year, and you know, this is certainly one of the most comprehensive presentation I've seen of yours. So I'm really happy that you're at this stage, and I see your sensibility having, you know, developed and the skills and all that stuff. So I'm very happy for you. I'm speaking only because I think Brett is really, you know, and we got healthcare experts here. So I'm speaking from almost a novice because I've only done really 2 healthcare projects. So the thing that I learned from it, and I want to pass on to you, is that light is super important and color is super important. This is primary care, so it's not like people kind of know that what's wrong with them yet. This is almost like the screening aspect of healthcare, right? So we're not like talking about a cancer clinic that, you know, then that's my experience. And so I think that there's a kind of even mid-level kind of concern of one's health that occurs in this environment. Is not like they're in dire straits. So for that reason, I kind of say, yes, you know, the concept of creating something, derivative of nature, all that stuff seems to be good. But then I start looking at, you know, 14th floor Hancock Tower, you know, if you think about the transition from the busy street of, you know, Michigan Avenue up to Hancock Tower, through the main lobby of the building, now down to the elevator lobby, whatever that decor would be. At that point, you're going to transition into this very distinct and special environment. And my feeling is that the threshold condition around check-in is not enough to, you know, transition you. There's something about Chicago, and those of us who've spent time in that and on, like, you know, higher floors and high rises will know that, like Brad said, it's about the view, right? So first of all, we don't know what the view is from this. And then secondly, I'm looking for then how you reconcile the presence of the views in these rooms to your design. And I think that that's part and parcel of working in these high rises and stuff, is that, you know, those coexistence of the recognition that you are on this higher floor looking out into either buildings or, you know, distant views and stuff, and how that actually works with the interior design of the rooms that you created. So your rooms are kind of like optical devices to look out into the city, or ways to kind of obscure or condition those views in order for it to actually work with what you're trying to do in these rooms. So I'm always in, I mean, what Heather said, I think I'm in agreement with, is that sometimes in these environments where one is kind of more concerned about ourselves, you know, in our minds and stuff, it's not that important for them to have all the kind of turned up dynamics of color and textures and variety in the environment. They don't really need that. And I learned that one time from working with psychologists in the waiting rooms and stuff. And then I was actually proposing to have mohair as part of the upholstery of this waiting area. And the psychologist client of mine turned to me and say, I would never do that. I said, why? I said, wouldn't that be kind of sheltering, nurturing, and comforting? And he said, no, people who are coming to me are all in their own minds. And when you put something that is so tactile, you know, when in contact with their body, you would drive them to tears, right? So textures in healthcare, I think, is one of those things that are less, you know, explored, partially because of the issue that you have to sterilize everything all the time. And every time you have texture, that means that you have pores and bacteria and all this stuff. So, you know, I wanted you to encourage you to actually be more, even more sensitive, because you already are a very sensitive designer, even more sensitive to the issue of sight in terms of what is the scope of an interior designer? You know, do we really stay within the walls, or do we take the site out to much further before you come in? And my recommendation for you is take everything, you know, the 5 minutes before you come into your site as part of your site. And the other thing is, in healthcare, I think daylight cannot be stressed even more. I mean, I'm looking for evidence of how daylight is coming into the space. And, you know, in terms of wellness and stuff, daylight is really our first connection to nature. And I would encourage you as much as you can, if you're working with this typology, to take advantage of those lighting. But, you know, your skills have developed so much, and I really enjoy looking at this. And I really think that the, you know, the kind of slightly hospitality, residential nature of the reception area is a good way to go with something like a primary care clinic.
Thank you so much.
Christoph, I don't know how much you want all of us to comment, but I had a few thoughts on the planning. My background is medical planning, around 18 years doing that. So I have a very different outlook, and I won't complicate. I'll try not to complicate it too much. But one of the main things we care about in healthcare is wayfinding. So when a patient comes in, and primary care usually might be some kind of smaller issues, like you have a fever or a stomach ache or something, but it's somewhere you go when you have an issue. So wayfinding, meaning clarity of getting from the door to the reception to your exam room, and knowing where to find your physician. Those are some of the critical things. So I see in your plan that, I mean, I really commend you on having a concept and being able to translate it in the whole 3-dimensional view. and even planning. But healthcare has some constraints, which you'll have to learn to do if you're going to be a healthcare interior designer. For example, the location of the door. I notice you place 2 rooms in one direction with the door, and every other room's kind of oriented differently. I'm looking at the second page floor plans. So that's a little challenging, I think, for somebody who would want to find the room, unless you have a nurse escorting them to the room. So there's a little bit of thinking about how they're getting from the reception or waiting to the room. And you have your bigger rooms at the end, which are usually for ADA, for wheelchair people. So having those rooms so far away will be challenging. You might want to move them closer to the front so somebody doesn't have to navigate through the non-linear corridors to get to that room. So just thinking about yourself as a patient when you're sick and moving through those spaces and how you're accessing it. That was one thing I wanted to point out. And the other one was the interaction with your physician. I love the way that you have the patient areas on one side and the staff on the lower, but we like to have a little bit more interaction between the physicians and the exam rooms. So having them too far away is okay, but how do you find your doctor if you have to? So just think about how to integrate that. And we always have this issue where healthcare spaces are very rectilinear. So having organic spaces sometimes can be challenging. Some of the restraints of healthcare.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we still have a little more time, or do we need to move on?
No, especially with our first patient, we should take a little more time.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate the effort and the presentation, and I think that Lorena, you've gotten a lot of great feedback. So I certainly don't want to spend a lot of time piling on. But I think if healthcare is something that you're interested in, like some things to think about and consider. I mean, I really agree with a lot in terms of the feeling of the space and the darkness is probably a little hard for people to comprehend in terms of dealing with something that's more uplifting. But just some planning things like to consider that the room sizes are all very different. And I'm not sure if you had like a program and there's a reason why. So typically like providers have, set room sizes that aren't different. And they also like them laid out the same. So when a nurse goes from one room to the next, everything is in the same place and it's called the same handed room. So it reduces errors if we have to get items and things like that. So that's something to consider, like the door wants to be positioned and the chair and all those kinds of things. And also just in terms of where like a nurse or a staff area has to be adjacent to all the rooms. I mean, I think the concept is lovely in terms of this meandering kind of cave-like experience, but it just has a lot of inefficiencies in terms of planning, and a big part of like real estate and the amount of real estate someone is spending. They want to see that the layout's a little more efficient. So I think those are just two things that come with time and learning, the standardization and efficiency of cost of the real estate. So I'll just kind of keep it short and sweet to that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Elisa.
Sure.
Let's now move on to our next student, Anna, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Grubinski-Osira. I am really excited to present my design to you. The name of my project is Thorn Achromatic Lens. Imagine it's a cold, windy winter day in Chicago. You have to visit the doctor's office. You feel cold, you feel stressed, you just don't want to be there. After a short ride in the elevator, you enter the healthcare clinic and are immersed into a beautiful, warm space. You can hear the crackling sound of the fireplace. You can see the soothing, warm light coming from the waiting area. And perhaps you can even smell the wood. You feel welcomed and begin to relax. Half a year later, you have to come back for a checkup. Outside, it's hot and humid. You feel sweaty and feel stressed. You enter the healthcare clinic and are immersed in a beautiful, refreshing space. You can hear the sound of the waves and maybe the rustling of the trees. You can see the water and the trees directly in front of you, right there in the waiting area, and maybe even feel a cooling breeze. You feel welcomed and begin to relax. My vision for this project was to create an achromatic space as a backdrop for dynamic multimedia interaction that can transform the room based on the time of the year, time of day, or even the expected patient's demographics, since this is by appointment only clinic. Let me walk you through my design. For my design, I created 3 different zones. The first is the public zone, which includes the waiting areas, hallways, and bathrooms. The second zone is the exam rooms. The final zone includes the caregiver spaces, such as offices and staff lounge. The public and patient zones are intertwined. The main waiting area is surrounded by exam rooms. The remaining exam rooms are surrounded by small waiting areas. When you enter the clinic, you stand in a large check-in and waiting area. The floor and in the entrance, as well as in the public zones, is made out of white marble. Around the perimeter, there is an 8-inch white black trim made of basalt with a matte finish. The roughly textured plaster walls create a balanced look to contrast the smooth floors. The large black and white photography prints are placed on the walls throughout the entire clinic. The only colors in these areas come from light, either from the projections or the sanitizing light panels, which I will describe in detail later. After checking in from your phone or on one of the stations, you can wait for your appointment in the main waiting area. The space is designed like an island or a bubble in the center of the main entry room. It gives the people waiting there some privacy and separation from the surrounding facility. The focal point is the curved projection wall with changing projection, sound, and seat temperature. The floor is covered in soft reclaimed wood planks, and the seating from OFS Carolina is upholstered in soft light velvet. The ceiling in this area is dropped by 6 inches and features a projection of the sky outside, adjusting to the time of the day. At noon, you will see a blue sky dotted with some clouds. After sunset, you will wait for your appointment underneath the stars. There are also smaller waiting areas distributed throughout the clinic for patients who prefer more privacy or social distancing. The seating used there once again creates the bubble effect. The sides and the top of the seats are covered in felt, which has acoustic dampening properties. The walls of the exam rooms along the hallways are painted black and have large white acoustic panels installed on top of them. Also, the light pendants in these areas have dampening acoustic properties. These will absorb the sound created by walking on the hard stone. To make the waiting more comfortable, the patients have access to 2 refreshment bar areas. They include fresh fruit, drinks, and healthy in-house made snacks. They also have access to 3 ADA-compliant restrooms. When it's time, the patient will enter the exam room. When the door to the exam room is open, a privacy glass screen is activated and becomes opaque to ensure privacy in the room. When the door closes, the screen becomes transparent to make the room more visually spacious. Each exam room includes storage cabinets with a sink, exam chair, an ottoman for additional seating, a touch screen for the doctor's notes, and stool for the physician. The exam rooms also feature projection surfaces in front and above the exam chairs. The patient may pick the projection in this room from the menu to help them to relax. After leaving the exam room, the patients have the opportunity to check out at a designated private checkout area located next to the exit door. The caregiver zone is located at the end of the building and is separated from the other zones. The main reason for this is to maintain the relaxing, soothing, calm feeling in the waiting areas apart from the busy clinic offices. Another reason for separating the caregiver spaces is to give the people who are working there some privacy and break from the public. These spaces include the manager's office, practitioner's workplace, the administrative office, and the staff lounge. All the spaces except the manager's office and the administrative office, which store confidential documents, are freely accessible by all people working in the clinic. The achromatic color scheme in the clinic also follows into the caregiver zone. But instead of using projection walls, the space features several natural green walls. I divided the staff lounge into two zones, the active relaxation zone and the food zone. In the relaxation zone, they can spend their time just hanging out in the hanging chairs that are suspended from the ceiling in front of the green wall, or use stationary exercising bikes. The second part of the lounge features a full kitchen and an eating area with a large table that also can be used for team meetings. The kitchen can be used by all employees, but will mainly be operated by a part-time chef that will prepare daily lunches and healthy snacks for the snack bar. The lighting in the clinic ties all zones together to complements the design elements. All these spaces are illuminated by linear frameless LED lights that are integrated into an 8-inch white-black ceiling trim that mirrors the basalt trim on the floor. Additionally, the exam rooms and public spaces feature sanitizing light panels. Actually, I am really excited about proposing these lights for my design. They are called Integralis and are made by Artemidi. The innovative technology sanitizes spaces to a selected frequency of visible and invisible light. For example, the invisible UV light acts on pathogenic organisms such as viruses and can be scheduled for night hours and be operated through an occupancy sensor. The color of the light can be also changed by changing the frequency and be used as a design element. In conclusion, the design creates an achromatic canvas using a variety of textures and finishes that can be filled by projections that can positively impact the overall feeling of the clinic. The proposed design not only creates a healing, soothing space for the patients, but also emphasizes the wellness and the well-being of the clinic's employees. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna. So our guests, please feel free to jump in.
I'm happy to start with a couple of comments. And in full disclosure, I'm working with all of these students this semester on their thesis prep work. So I'll have them in spring for their final studio. And I'm thinking a bit about the subject matter that's on offer with that as almost a lens through which to discuss some of the things that are afoot here. And I know that Anna's very interested in working with a lot of these sort of technological dimensions of the project as she moves forward. And it occurred to me that to a certain degree, the way that the projected ceilings are positioned in the project is slightly misleading because it presumes really dramatic and good weather in Chicago most of the time, which is not true, right? Chicago doesn't really have like the most glorious weather in the world. It's usually pretty gray and oppressive in the winter. And then in the summer, you can, and also when the sun sets quite early, like it does this time of year, you wouldn't really have, you'd have a lot of time in the latter part of the afternoon where the sky would be quite dark. And in a city, you don't see the stars like you would here. So one thing I was thinking about was the John Soane House in London. Soane was a neoclassical architect, and he had gone to Italy and became very fascinated with the color light and the sort of atmospherics on the Italian peninsula. Of course, as a Londoner, it was attractive to him because he'd grown up in such a gray, oppressive climate. And when he came back to London, he calibrated all of the optics of his house to try and make the interior light more like Italy. And he had to be very inventive because this was pre-electrification. So he had to do it all with natural daylight and with glass and with mirror. And one of the things that he did was that in all the skylights of the house, so the kind of top lighting, he added an amber colored glass. And so it changed the color temperature of the light as it came in through the interior. And all of the windows that faced out into the square, he outfitted with shutters that had mirror facing the interior. So it essentially closed off all exterior views that referenced London. And that's an extreme example, but I'm wondering, given where you are in the world and what the real condition of lighting and weather is like, if you took a kind of similar approach where you used this overlay of projected both image, because I think you're interested in the image and in the illumination, to either trick us into being into a much more favorable kind of atmosphere than what Chicago might actually be, or to sort of enhance it in some way. And so I think that there's some real potential there, but it feels underexplored. And a lot of that is just the constraints of all the things that you had to take on in a comprehensive studio and where you can divvy up your attentions. But the other thing that I was thinking about is that there are some competing aesthetics in the project. So if I looked at just your renderings without knowing that this was a healthcare facility, it asserts a tone that's very much like the branding of Chanel, this black and white, very graphic, hard-edged, with a little bit of texture, like that marble wall, that kind of tone. And I think that the graphic nature of that, which is both one of shape, but also one of the kind of high contrast of black and white, which then gets reinforced by the black and white photographs and the imagery of that, is a bit at odds with some of the other things that I think you're trying to do, which are much more about gradients and subtle transitions and more atmospheric occupations of space. And I wonder if there's a way that one of those two things could yield. And it seems to me that maybe the graphic thing would yield. So that rather than having a big black stripe that defines the transition between horizontal ceiling plane or floor plane and wall, that you capitalize on some other more subtle details that you have in there, which is like maybe a razor thin kind of reveal between those two things, where a thin band of light comes in or something like that, so that there's a more subtle transition. And then you can couple it, of course, with actual illumination as opposed to a kind of a high contrast color transition or something like that. But it seems like those two things are wrestling for our attention, and they're not assimilated. So you may have to let one of them win the kind of arm wrestle.
No, I agree. Thank you so much.
I have a practical comment. I just, using my own experience in healthcare environments as a patient, I think that it would be very difficult for me not to feel very self-conscious when my exam room is so close to a waiting area with a door that allows anyone to kind of see into it. Because so often in the exam rooms, you're changing between, like your real clothes, and then you had to get naked and all this stuff. So typically we see a kind of buffer zone, whether it's just a hallway across from the doctor's office or something like that, but to have a waiting area that basically have plain view into those exam rooms, I think could be very problematic.
Yeah, that's the reason I place the smart glass screens, that if the door is open, you cannot see into the exam room. So, and they become then transparent if the door closes.
Yeah, I think sometimes we, as designers, we always have, it's basically an ethical issue for our discipline, is that you have to do things within the economy of means. That means, like, instead of creating a problem and then spending resources to solve it with something, either technology or something like that, you just try not to create the problem to begin with. So, I mean, I think the logic of the plan is very clear, but I just, I'm a little bit, just not quite sure why the exam rooms are completely landlocked and lightless in the center when you don't have to, and because some of the waiting areas too need to be monitored. That's why waiting areas often are near the check-in or have within sight of the nurse's station. And so you have waiting areas that are kind of unmonitored, and people can start using their cell phones and disturbing that environment and things like that. So I would probably have a little bit of concern about the planning of that central cluster of exam rooms as well. But I think that it's, your palette is actually quite, I think quite nice, with the kind of white and the black and the dark and all that. I can see that as actually somewhat calming, with certain colors added to it. It seems like you're alluding to that there will be some of the colors in that instead of just completely black and white. Yeah, I think that there are some missed opportunities in that relationship between waiting areas and the room. I mean, I can see that your third rendering shows what that is going to be like, and the privilege experience of the waiting area and using that furniture that actually has the kind of enclosure to it seems a little disjunctive to me when you have a kind of open environment in the hallway and then you put the hooded kind of almost workstation-like things in there. It just seems contradictory. And then you have the view of the window. There's quite a loaded sets of experiences on the perimeter of that you're showing on the third area there that I'm not really comprehending, why all those things have to be there together in that combination.
Thank you.
So I'm going to add a couple comments as well. I would agree with what Annie and Heather have said so far, and I am a little bit unsettled with the actual planning itself. I think the first few comments you made, Annie, were coming out of my mouth at the same time, basically from the views and the layouts. But what's interesting about it is, what we try to do in a plan that's an L shape, that's got a sort of strange entry, we're trying to recreate not having a bowling alley and then giving somebody a much more interesting experience in the space, no matter what the program is specifically. What's interesting to me is, although I think there's faults in the planning as a way of getting around the space, in my view, the spaces that are shown in the renderings are spaces I'd actually like to go to. So the struggle between looking at those spaces and saying I could really see myself liking being in those spaces that are on the right side, but experientially, when I look at it on the plan, probably I won't like how I have to get there. So there's sort of a contradiction between the two. I do like the palette as well. I often think sometimes when we throw in dark, even like Lorna's scheme previously, when we throw in darkness into these kinds of spaces, it does make a challenge. Although I think you've provided enough lightness in the space to make it a good balance between the two. I'm also similar to Lorna's scheme, and Chai might bring this up again, pushing all of the staff, everyone to the back of the house into a certain area without having any integration to the examination areas could be more of a healthcare planning issue just in general. As you kind of look at it, that it's sort of just completely a wall and it's separated from everything else. I have to say, I like the idea pushing the limits of technology in here. I know that's what your background and what you do. I will give you great credit for a really lovely put together presentation. I see you have a couple of videos in here, which I haven't been able to click on because I wanted to pay attention to you presenting, and I'm sure they're good and walkthrough. But I would reevaluate this idea around how you perceive people coming into the space and using those exam rooms. I think that's probably, for me, probably the biggest fault to the plan is how people would really use those exam rooms. I think if I came here and I was coming here, you know, on a once, twice, 3 times a year, and I had to come back repetitively, you know, it's like, what area am I going to get in? Am I going to get into the landlocked exam rooms, or do I get into one of the rooms that have natural light coming straight from the wall? There's a sort of a difference between the two, and I'm not sure what I'm going to get each time. Which sometimes that might be a surprise, sometimes that might be unsettling to that. But in general, I think there's some really great ideas here. I'd like to see things like reshifted in terms of planning. I will honestly say I really do like the renderings on the right as images of the spaces I would experience. I just don't like how they're manifested in the plan view. I don't think they work as well, but they work great in the rendering. So looking at the contradiction between those two might be something to reevaluate.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just chime in a bit on the planning. The other piece that wasn't really, I don't know if I heard or not, is all of the staff spaces are really isolated from the exam rooms. So having, you know, we want some things isolated for retreat, like a staff lounge, but all of the other staff spaces, it's creating a lot of walking back and forth. And I don't really see any, like, even just a small touchdown area or anything. I think the other thing that doesn't seem to be considered too is also like a lab area. We didn't talk about that on the last one. I didn't notice it, but you know, when people come in, they might have to give, you know, a urine sample or something like that. So there needs to be like a lab area where people work and there's adjacency to that, and they don't really like to go back and forth. So
that was not part of the program that was given.
Oh, okay. It's always like the reality of what's part of the program or not. Sorry. Sorry about that. But it's something just good to know, even though it was wasn't a part of the program.
It's true. You know,
those are things.
That dreaded body weight station and the nurses station where they take your blood pressure before they let you into the exam room and all this stuff.
Right.
That's missing from the program.
The reality.
I
also have to reiterate, I really appreciated what Annie started with about that waiting outside the, you know, outside the exam rooms. Like, that's just creating tension for people that is really unnecessary. So you really want to have those areas separated from one another.
Yeah,
I do like the palette though, and there are actually some things about the first iteration that in the upper right hand corner, some of the imagery of the rooms, up there, they're just a little more uplifting. So I don't know if you ran out of time. Everything's like so black and white, and they're not, you know, completely, you know, rendered yet. But I do like the palette.
Is the upper right corner a reference?
No,
it's another project, isn't it? The project is for, if you look at it, Annie, I think I read the program. The program was that was just a remodel. They had to use the existing footprint that was already there. So most of those walls and doors of all those examiners, that's all there. This was sort of a renovation versus a gut. And so I think, Christoph, you wanted us to only focus on the gut today. So this is almost like its own project in the upper right corner.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
It was kind of a strange call by the IIDA for the IIDA student competition. They have to submit 2 projects: a partial renovation that is only focusing on FF&Es, and then a full renovation where you can do space planning and so on.
Okay, got it.
But it is a good comment though, because because what Alyssa just said, you know, I mean, if you looked at them, they are literally looking like they're two different projects, you know, from color schemes and such. And I don't know, we haven't seen everybody's, whether anybody took the approach to say, well, I'll adapt them kind of so they'll look kind of the same, but they'll have a different flavor to it. These two definitely look completely different.
Right. Hey,
which is I don't think that's a negative. I think they're just different.
And I was just thinking, it just popped in my head, and I don't know why I never thought about it this way. It's like, if you think about this as you're playing a movie of someone coming in, you know, and their experience of going in, and a lot of our renderings, I just realized that a lot of our renderings of a sequence of events have to do with coming to the space rather than leaving the space. And when you think about the sequence of experiences, the exam room is the end from which you return. And, you know, one rendering that's missing for me is the experience inside the exam room. And I think that, you know, for your project, there's something about sort of seeing the fireplace and all this stuff again that, you know, seems to be quite charming. I don't know how to deal with the separation of the privacy an issue, but I think this is a general comment that we have to play the movie to the end.
Yes, the reason for that, thank you, Annie. Yeah. The reason for that is because I have the video that is a full walk through the entire space with the exam rooms, and I was hoping that I could play the video, but I don't think we have enough time for that, Christoph.
Well, as long as you can think through it, I think that kind of full-on entire spectrum of experience is important.
I wanted to add a few final comments. For me, when I look at the plan, I didn't see this interior. So that surprised me, and I actually enjoyed that a lot. I had to look twice to say, oh, it's this plan that looks like that. So kudos on that. I like that surprise factor quite a lot. And on the weighting comment, I think one of the solutions could be to make one of the weightings a public weighting, and then the upper north one where you have the single chairs. We have the concept of providing a sub-weighting, which is just for your family member, very close to you, that one person. So that might be a way you could explain this by saying that, I don't know, one of the weightings has to be more public and the other is just a less public one. And the other comment was the consult. So the consult room is the one space where the patient and the physician come together, and it could be sized or can be located similar to an exam room. So you could move up front as you wanted. And the restrooms in the back also kind of was, you have to go all the way in front of all the exam rooms to get to the restroom. But overall, I enjoyed that you had mostly all exam rooms the same size. The next step would have been to make sure all the doors were on the same hand, like Alicia mentioned earlier. So I enjoyed this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I make one more comment, only because of your comment to look at the video, and while everyone was talking, I was running through it. Although I had to turn the volume down, it was very eerie for me. I thought the music was very strange, but that's just me. But the video, though, it does actually pick up on Annie as far as what you just said with the comment. It was really great about how you exit and go back through the space. Once you're in there, we often say we just try to get people to arrive versus returning and actually leaving. And this, using the technology of a video to kind of explain your experience as you're going through it is good. And there's some other things that we're not seeing in the static presentation that come through in the video. And there's a couple of other really lovely experiences that occur, but we can only see them in the video. So anyway, if anyone has a chance to go back and take a look at that, you'll see that as well.
Yeah, I agree.
So good.
Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Marla with our next project.
Good morning.
For the hardware side, it has a MindFlex toy that I was able to hack, and it is attached to the Arduino boards, and it connects to the computer. And the software part, I'm using Unity for basic scene because it supports all the 3D and the scripting. And for the model case, I use Maya to model as my main, and Arduino will be used to get certain types of serial data that I need to get or manipulate orders of serial types. So I use Arduino for kind of getting more access to raw data of the brainwave one I'm getting. So this just quickly give you more close look. This is the MindFlex game, which if you concentrate on a ball, then there will be air coming out from it, and the level of the air will determine with your concentration level, which is when you open your eyes and concentrate on a one ball, then that value starts to go rise. And if you don't do that by like closing your eyes, then there is a huge chance of that value gets decreased and then ball will slowly go down. This is closer look of the hacked MindFlex toy that I had done. The flowchart of my project is after user put on the device like I did, they'll concentrate and then the attention value will rise. Then that's going to come through as a serial communication value, serial communication, and it will be serial data value. And in the Unity, it's going to be converted to an integer and it's going to trigger a speed of an elevator that the person is in, and it's going to move up. And there, after that, there will be the experience part and the result of it. I have my Unity open, so I'll show right now. So I'm not doing anything. I'm just using this, and it's moving. And it's keep going up. And this was the kind of huge achievement that I was able to do because the data is not reliable because MindFlex toy is not sophisticated as other tools that other researchers use because they have more like complicated and sophisticated results.
Can you go down again?
Was it?
Can you go down again?
I didn't get that.
Can you control the elevator to go down?
Oh, yes, I was able to do it. However, for just demo part, I decided to make it just go up because I noticed that with the attention value that I get, what happens is sometimes the number will still rise even if I close my eyes. Therefore, the elevator will go kind of up and down. Then that I found that can go to the physics badly. I think there's little side effects, so I'm going to take it out now. It's okay, I'm safe, I'm safe. So let me continue back with it. Yes, so just giving a close look, this is the values that I'm able to get from the from the brainwave device, and there are attention value meditation and other values that, for example, low alpha deals with the value when you sleep, and mostly the reason that I picked the attention value is it rises when you concentrate on certain stuff, and it does it kind of naturally and easily than other datas where they are more very up and down a lot, they're random. So that's why I'm using attention value, and meditation value that's at the other side will bring down will get higher if attention value is lower. So they work vice versa. And that's how that game is using as well. That game is using the concentration for the air strength to go up, so the ball rises higher, and meditation value to lower the ball, the airspeed, and the ball goes to the lower heights.
Taalman, sorry to interrupt, but just want to make sure that you're able to cover your presentation in the next few minutes so that we have enough time for comments.
Yeah, it's like almost at the end. So just quickly want to talk about my next steps, and those are connecting the brainwave data with 3D graphics and manipulating a 3D world space by using the brainwave data. I planned this sort of idea at the beginning. However, I also knew getting the device into the Unity or other program will be my challenge. So I decided to kind of push this for the next semester where I can kind of do them more freely. And these are some of the real world manipulation footages that I was able to get, and I kind of want to follow something like this because it presents you more really like a big feeling. And this is a footage from the Doctor Strange, and this is him inside a mirror dimension where the realities are all twisted, and I found very aesthetic part of it as since the major also includes the artistic sense as well, I also wanted to seek for this kind of examples. And another steps that I had thought was improving design of 3D environment and designing my own tower that can be evolved to world, which means I don't want this to be just solely tower. I want it to look like more of some being or like some kind of world. And another aspects I want to go for is producing more of an eerie mood for the environment. A reason is because that's what I kind of value more. I like something that's abnormal, and I want to present that to the users because this is more of an experience. So this is one of the tower from the Catherine game, and unique part about this is like a big tower, but it consists of so many unique parts. It looks like more of like on world basically, and this is some sort of aesthetic that I want to really strongly go for and impress the users. And these are some of the ideas I have thought, as well as what it will look like when you come out from the tower, and you'll be much nicer to see this sort of view and like give the user different experience and feeling. And lastly, I wanted to experiment with different sensors as a heartbeat sensor to get different kinds of data as well, because I noticed how hard it is to get relied on the brainwave data currently that I have. So, and I didn't want to restrict myself only on that part. I wanted to kind of approach to different sensors and get their data to see if I can put those values into different elements. And the second part will be research and work on improving reliability of brainwave signal processing, which is very important because right now I can see how there's random moment when I'm not able to retrieve the data much. So I felt more necessary about researching this device and the data more so I can use them freely. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and yeah, I'll here for answer to any questions.
All right, thank you, Sungmin. You can go ahead and stop your share for a moment. I see Gottfried's already got his hand up, so I could just, or no, it's a no. Okay, go ahead, Gottfried.
But I don't want to go first.
Okay, so I just want to say for everyone that, you know, Sungmin, after your midterm, I remember you actually had a bit of a struggle, kind of a bit of a moment when you're really a bit discouraged and trying to decide how to move forward. And I think you found this idea of kind of moving up in the virtual space, this sort of experience that will maybe evolve into a VR experience, if I understand correctly. I think it does have this kind of, at least I think, you know, has a good connection to the hardware you're working with, which is, you know, moving up this ball. So now you are moving up or down, you know, you kind of are experiencing it, you know, you are yourself the ball, I guess, that's being manipulated. And you've talked about the limitations of your hardware and have experienced those limitations, right? So I really want to encourage you to explore, you know, the design opportunities that you have with this project. And you kind of talked about some next steps, but I see, and I'm sure there will be suggestions for more, you know, things that you can do to show, you know, to bring in your strengths into this project. And this could be, you know, there's many, you know, you're creating a whole world, right? You know, it's your own, but you also could, you know, think about what is this, you know, creating your own headset. You know, I know you've done some really interesting or, you know, 3D modeling in the past and ideas around that. So, so yeah, anyway, let me open up the table for all these other different suggestions and comments that everyone has. Do you feel better about going now, Gottfried, or should we?
Well, I would.
Someone else want to open up?
I think Anna.
But Gottfried, go. If you want to go, you can go. But you know.
Go ahead, Anna.
Should I go? Okay, yeah. Okay. Hi, Sungmin. How have you been? So great. So I think that there's the potential of this being an amazing project, Sungmin. I think you've touched a lot of environments. I think a lot of topics. I think everything is really scattered, and I think you need to find a common thread and a common goal that would just allow you to navigate the full project, right? And with targeted work, right? I think you've done great. You worked on your technical skills. You know, you worked on connecting the set. I've had students before that worked with one of these sets and trying to do a project. I know it's super challenging. It's not the easiest environment to work with. Also, it's not something users. There's a lot of you know, research out there of how to use, you know, UI for screens. There's so much for gaming, for headset. It's only from, you know, laboratories with tons of funding and tons of, you know, equipment and years of research, right? So you're working with a tool that's quite difficult. But I do think that you need to find like some of the first questions when you were explaining were like, I was thinking like, who is your audience? You know, you need to think who's going to be your audience. That's really going to determine where your project goes, right? If you're going to work with disabled people that can't really move, and that's why they use the headset, that would be one idea. If you're working with people who just young people, or if you want to do an educational project, it really depends. It's really going to change. So these are decisions that I think that would help you, you know, take them early on. Let me see. Oh, I have so many notes, and now I just wait. I just put yours. Oh, these are pens. Sorry. Oh, here it is. Okay. So anyways, I think you have two really interesting references. You've been working with film, right? And a lot of film. And one of the first main characteristics of film is that it has a linear narrative, right? It has a story and everything happens at one of the other, versus like a game, right? That's more interactive. And I think, working on that narrative would help you. And for example, like working like, because at the end of your project, you showed you had a graph and then a set experience. And then when I was looking at it, I was like, what is the actual experience? Like, I don't think that's been defined, or if you have it in your head, it was not expressed correctly. You could show, for example, you were showing the inception and how buildings were folding. I think that would be super cool effect, and for me to wear one of these headsets and see that happening. But what else, right? I mean, this should be part of a larger structure. And so I think it would be good for you to work on the narrative. And also your other reference were dreams and mind. So I think that's really, really powerful. There's a whole artistic movement that was based on dreams, and it's the surrealism. So you've studied it in modern art, and you see how they use items from dreams, items from psychology, from psychoanalysis, and they used it to create like really provocative spaces and environments. So I think that could be another area where you could also research. And piecing these parts together, write a whole narrative, like thinking about a story maybe, and inspired in different, art movements and dream facts. I think it could help you. I think a cool thing that you could do, I think, would be like making these little experiments. Right now there's like with in the 3D environment, there's so many cool things that you can create, like when you make a particle system and the particle system bounces against a box, right? That's kind of a cool thing to see and a cool thing to experience. Or exploding stuff, burning stuff, I don't know, melting things. These are effects that you have the skills to do in Maya. So those are things that maybe I imagine you can bring them into Unity, and maybe you could just set up like a set of effects and see how they feel when you're doing it with a tool that works with your brain. Because the difference between, like, you're working with something it's not a mouse, it's not a, it's not a screen, it's not a touch screen, it has something different, right? So maybe you could work on comparing different effects or different, things that we do in our 3D world, and how do they work, or the effect you get using it with your headset. And I was thinking maybe a series of experiments and try that out, and maybe that helps with this narrative and this space that you're trying to create. I think you could create like an amazing work. What I see is that you work, it is an art and technology program, but you've really, really developed the technical part so far. So I think you should be like really aware, like think like be super realistic right now. What are the technical achievement that I can get? What can I get from this headset? And what am I going to be able to get in 5 months technically? And if it's moving up and down, doing, like be really realistic with that, and then say, well, this is my limitation. So what is all the rest that I'm going to add to the environment that you can create as an artist, as you are, and with all your 3D skills that you can, work together with both of them. Yeah. And I acknowledge that it's a hard environment to work with, but I think it really needs a strong push in how you envision this and what it's going to be, and what the environment is going to be.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for those comments.
Welcome.
Hello.
My turn?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. And I'll try to be brief. Maybe sort of like before those get lost, first I want to say also congratulate you to the progress you've made since the midterm. I think this is really great seeing you with that headband and with the Arduino strapped to your head. I mean, that's definitely the new world. In terms of the suggestions, what maybe the kind of the takeaways for me, or what I would my suggestion would be kind of to focus on sort of like the kind of some poetic part, or sort of like to focus on a poetic experience. And I'll go into more of this in a second. Then I would also I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't add additional sensors. I think sort of like using the one that you have and sort of like digging a bit deeper into like the signal processing and maybe using these different types of brainwaves to manipulate the world is, I think, in my opinion, would be plenty of data to work with. Sort of coming back to the poetics, kind of like when you did your presentation, the thing that I kind of like that caught me the most was kind of like actually the kind of like this original Mindflex game that you showed. That is actually pretty beautiful, where there is kind of like a ball that is kind of like moving up and down, so the ball is levitating. And I'm a little bit thinking of like like why do I find this compelling? And why do I find this kind of clear? And what are they trying to do with the brainwaves? And I think this kind of like this works in a pretty, they set themselves up in a pretty sort of like nice and friendly and like imaginative space where they're kind of they're not trying to solve problems. They're not like it's not too complicated. There is like something simple that kind of like is kind of like really sort of like compelling to us. And for me, like when you talked about the butterfly, this also kind of went into the realm of kind of like like poetics. So I'm sort of like when you do all these things, I think sort of like the 3D world that you're bringing in is like a major asset to this. So I'm thinking a little bit in sort of like small scenes or small sort of like dioramas or so, where sort of like your brainwaves are kind of like changing certain things of this architecture. It could be, like bending things. It could be, moving objects in a 3D world, but sort of like the idea that kind of like, so I would a little bit thinking of sort of like, I would look at the original Mindflex toy, and then I would look at your 3D, I would look at Unity, and I would think of, what could be kind of like, translations, or what could be things that would work equally well. And I know there's like a ton of other things to do with this technology, but I feel like in sort of like picking the game world and sort of like the amount of, the resolution that you have with this device, the limitations that you have with the device, and also the time that you have in order to implement this, since you're not in a professional lab. I think this would more lead itself to kind of like something sort of like a little bit, maybe not too ambitious, but sort of like poetic. If it's poetic, then I'm happy. And then, sorry, one last thing, sort of like for me, like when you were talking about kind of like when you're introducing a project and you had this title, The New World. I was from the get-go thinking of like, oh, what is the new world? What is this going to be? And then you brought in kind of like the Tower of Babel, which from the little Bible that I still remember was kind of the idea of building a tower that would reach up until the heavens. So sort of like having an elevator that would only go up like to the heavens is sort of like a pretty powerful image. And I'm not sure like how intentional this is, and I'm not sure like where the thing is here. But I'm sort of like a little bit thinking sort of like, well, yeah, like trying to understand your idea or trying to understand your project. I'm thinking of like how much of this idea of like this biblical space is sort of like central to what you're trying to build, or if this is sort of like a takeaway where people are like, oh, what is this new world? Why are we building this tower to the heavens? Thank you.
I have one thing I forgot. That talking about that and how Gottfried just mentioned the poetic part and the narrative, you're also a musician. So I think it would be a great, if you're talking about dreams, or you're talking about this, maybe creating, an ideal environment that has to do with mind and the senses. I think music could be really important, and that's something that you could bring into the project, especially being your thesis and music being so important for you as well. So I think that could be something you could explore.
Yeah, definitely.
I just wanted to bring up a couple of precedents. So Anna already mentioned the surrealist, right? So I think this idea of you mentioned things like eerie and all these different sort of sensations, and I think maybe the word uncanny, and we've talked about this coming from Freud, and then the surrealist would be useful for you, just as like an experience of uncanny is the idea that something that's strangely familiar, so kind of unhomely or close to home, but somehow off. And I think the thing that's useful about that is that it's less clear, as up and down seem to be such a definitive state, right? Like you get the elevator to move up and down, and that seems to be a really clear outcome. But if there's some other kind of outcome that's a little bit less clear, that might be compelling. And then also to build on some of the other things Anna was mentioning about the film. So I think, you know, the surrealist Salvador Dali is a good reference for that. But then in terms of film, thinking about Hitchcock, so there's Vertigo, which is a kind of that sensation about, right? So that's an early one, but then also Spellbound that he did with Salvador Dali. There's a dream sequence in there that he did with Dali. So I think also looking at some of those, like over break, just looking at some of these films might give you a kind of expand some of the sense.
Okay.
And then in terms of the space, like I think the Tower of Babel is not a good thing for you because I think it's also too iconic and too specific. And I think your project is much more experiential than it is object oriented. And so I think I could imagine a better precedent is something like the panorama domes of the 19th century, where you're kind of immersed in an experience. So some other kind of environment that is not so much about seeing an object or locating your space position in space specifically, but a kind of general sense of movement and environment. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm thinking of for the Tower of Babel part, I'm thinking of moving out from that part to kind of construct my own. It was like one of those most realistic and make sensible like antique tower that I wanted to try. So that's why I tried, but didn't have any like religious meaning. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm curious about is sort of like in the story, right? The kind of God gave the people different languages so that they couldn't speak to each other anymore to kind of continue building this. So it's sort of like I feel like
they're building it to there, and he got very mad and divided people to never work with each other again, other than
yeah. So I'm just curious, sort of like for me, like I would be thinking of like, you know, what is the meaning? You know, what is it like nowadays, right? When you bring in this idea of kind of like dividing people so that they don't speak to each other, sort of like what are you sort of like hinting at or advocating for in this? Sorry.
I just wanted to throw out a couple comments in there as well. Yeah, commenting like to Godfried's point about your poetic sensibility, like it is there in how you talk about your project and how you even showed poetry as well as film. I think it's great, and I think you should really lean into that when creating your project, specifically in the interactions that are happening in Unity. So going up and down in an elevator isn't as dreamy as, you know, maybe melting a clock or setting off fireworks with your mind. It might be worth considering like how you can push what you can do in this virtual world when you can literally do anything. So that's one thing. I think that you've set up for yourself a very interesting challenge, and it's important to recognize that you've situated yourself within the discipline of brain-computer interfaces, and you should look at references that do that. So Neil Harbison is one of the first, or is the first registered like Android, because he has a thing connected, a chip inside of his brain that lets him see color. And you talked about Neuralink. It might also be worth to checking out NeuroSky and Emotive Epoch, which are two like companies that are doing interesting stuff in terms of like EEG brainwave reading.
Just as a last comment, I'm also jumping in. I was really kind of fascinated with, you had this one slide with the diagnostics of what the brain readings actually were, and the two highest ones were attention and meditation. And when I was looking at them, it kind of seemed like meditation was almost like this constant state. Like I didn't really see it fluctuate any lower than attention, at least in the slide. And then when you kind of demonstrated the elevator, you were only ascending. I never like really saw it stutter too much. It was only going straight up. And so I wonder if that's because like you were in like a constant state of meditation, or that's what the reading was outputting to you.
So to give you a quick answer for that was when I was observing the data, I noticed that even though I close my eyes, it doesn't dramatically decrease. Therefore, I noticed that I tried that method as well, where you goes down, if the value goes lower than this number, then it was just going in one direction only, where the numbers keep rising. So I noticed that it's better to make it go up for consistency. And for the meditation value, I think the video was not playing smoothly on the stream. Actually, meditation value rises higher when I close my eyes. That's when attention value goes down. And if I open my eyes, and attention value goes up and meditation value goes down. However, brain is very mysterious being. So sometimes you see this kind of coming out, and I'm like, no, go down. Like, it's coming out, like, no. So yeah, those were some of the challenges I had and observations I made.
I see. Because I kind of think it's more compelling to have those two kind of like fighting for the spotlight, like attention versus meditation, because you said that, or I think if I'm hearing correctly, you rescaled the values so that they would be like cleaner or more consistent.
Oh, the values were already rescaled on there.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Company made in that way, so that was good one for me to use.
I see. Yeah, well, I guess I'm just really pausing on those two words and like what defines like attention versus meditation in terms of like how you're outputting that visually. I guess I'm looking for more of a distinction there, because it's like different state of minds that you're entering that should be dictating how the environment is adapting.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I want like more of a clear output to those two things, which are two readings that you're getting, not just one. Like you're not just getting on and off. You have like two different unique values that I'm curious about.
I'll consider that as well.
Okay, is there anyone else wanted to add to Sungmin's before we move on? All right. So yeah, just to circle back a little bit to what Anna said in kind of highlighting your flowchart, you know, where you have this kind of linear progression right now. Okay, you get the data and it's causing something. And yeah, especially working in this space with brain-computer interfaces, you know, not just that, but certainly with that, you know, thinking of some idea of feedback, you know, between, you know, it's not just a linear, you know, it's not just a linear flow. You might want to think about how, you know, how one affects the other, and, you know, you know, anyway, there's, I know that Sungmin, you know, given the last 6 weeks and the struggles you've come out of just getting the hardware working and, you know, figuring all the pieces, you know, I think we can definitely commend you on kind of getting the technical part at least a little bit figured out, so that, and I think a lot of the comments we're hearing is that we want to see more of your creative part come in, and the poetics and what you want to do with that, you know, with some of the technical pieces that you do have working. So we're looking forward to see it, I think. How you take it further.
Can I say one thing, Nikita?
Of course. Yeah.
So I just really like the idea when you just talked about feedback, because, you know, talking about feedback in interactive project is how it's been like a long conversation. Usually we work with responsive environments, or, you know, but I think it really plays a key role when you're using your mind, because I was just thinking, like, if I have one of those things and I explode something, imagine you make an explosion, right? But that explosion is causing an effect on your eyes and what you're seeing, right? So that could also be, I think that's a really interesting, you know, field to work on, that feedback.
You have your work cut out for you, Sungmin. All right, thanks everybody. We'll move on. I know Echo will have to sign off at about 11:30, so hopefully we'll be able to finish the next presentation before then. And yeah, so let's go ahead with Zane. Where are you, Zane?
I'm right here.
Are.
Hello.
Okay.
Let me just get my stream going here. Okay. So hello, everybody. My name is Zane Zukovsky, and my project is PR1-SM. I'm going to start off with a video as well.
I don't think we have audio.
Yeah, we can't hear anything.
Oh, okay. Shoot. Let me.
That small box we
reshare.
have to check.
Yeah.
That in small box, that's like bad user experience of Ring Central.
Okay. And then, oh. So I'm going to start by kind of talking about some of the historical precedent that we've looked at to get to this point. I've had a lot of inspiration from James Turrell. He's an artist that works a lot with light and color and how it looks in the physical space. And he does a lot of these kind of like otherworldly installations that look really interesting and almost like digital in a way. Also, things like Meow Wolf, which is a like arcade environment that exposes technology and shows it in a way that's kind of this interactive experience. And also things like Isaac Newton, his drawings and sketches of light and color and his diagrams and things like that. And also his want to kind of push the education for everyone at the time on topics that maybe were a little bit complicated for people to understand. And then a lot of the visual aesthetics coming from things like Pony Island, this like black and white with this like anaglyph or chromatic aberration type of effect, I really thought was interesting and had a unique kind of visual aesthetic. And then getting a lot from Tennis for Two, which is one of the original video games. Really interesting project that we'll talk a little bit more about here. Basically, this was a project made in 1958 by a man named William Higginbotham. He basically repurposed a lot of military technology at the time into this exhibition, I guess, that he showcased at a science museum that really demonstrated kind of the calculations happening inside of a computer in a physical way. You could see the calculations happening. And this was possible because he spent a lot of time thinking about the components that he used to display the machine, and he used actually a lot of clear like plastic to showcase the wiring and the way that the machine actually functions. And this brought a really unique perspective to people seeing the device at the time. And then this is a little bit more about the James Turrell, a specific piece that he did called Light Inside. I actually made a reconstruction of this as part of Mark's class, part of our research towards the project. And Turrell's work, I think, has a similar kind of goal in mind, in that it wants to kind of push the limitations of the understanding of the physics of like light and color, and it does so in kind of this interactive way with these installations that's really unique. Yes, let's keep going. So PR1SM specifically attempts to tackle the issues of a lack of understanding in technology, or a fear of technology that some people have today, even though we're exposed to it every day. People think that technology is kind of too complicated or intimidating for them to learn or get engaged with, but really it's not all that complicated, and you can get into it pretty simply, and it's really a fun and enjoyable experience. It's not something that people should really be scared of or intimidated by. But they kind of let this I guess stigma around technology that still exists a little bit today hold them back. And so I want to attempt to kind of fuse these really interesting visuals and this concept of exposing the actual computation and mechanics of the computer together in a way that people will be able to easily approach it and understand it. And this project is really a culmination, like I said in the video, of everything that I've kind of learned at Woodbury. It involves a lot of different things, a lot of different aspects of programming and visuals, and a lot of these other kind of fields and technologies. And it does so with three main phases. The first phase being a set of physical components, the second phase being a digital 3D environment, some of which you saw in the promo video, and then the third phase being a desktop website that has a lot of the information about the project. And we're going to go in depth into each one of those. So the physical aspect of the machine will consist of a set of these 3.5 millimeter jacks that you can plug in various different devices into. Here's an example in the top right there of some of the buttons that I've gotten to work with it. And I want to kind of combine that with a set of like analog signals like knobs and dials and things like that to create these kind of interesting interactions with the digital space. And then also I'm using something called a 3D mouse. This one's from 3D Connection, and it has 6 degrees of motion, allowing for kind of simultaneous rotation and translation and movement through the 3D space just with one hand. And kind of combining all of these aspects together along with the digital aspects of the project. So the digital environment will consist of various different components of a computer, basically organized like a motherboard and laid out in that way. And then the user will kind of navigate around the motherboard to the different sections of this computer to sort of explore what the function of that portion would do, and a unique visualization of that area. And then the third part would be a website that kind of guides the user as they go along through this experience, helps them in things that they might need to accomplish, and also gives a lot of the key references that I used to create the project, and gives some sort of like backstory to it as well, that helps grow the knowledge of whoever's using it as they kind of look through the documentation that I used to create the project, as well as some of the documentation that I created for the project. And then this is just a little example of the website here. It's kind of like different sections that you can go to, and it's sort of like themed as a computer desktop with these folders. And I thought that this was kind of a really interesting and unique way to show this. I haven't really seen many websites that have this sort of a format and are interactive like this, so I thought it was very compelling. And you can kind of navigate around here, and there's different messages. I'm not going to go through everything just because of time, but you can move these kind of things around. I have some here, like in the key references or the repair guide section. You can move these, and there's kind of like these hidden little extra parts and little hints to go through and look at. And then, so basically, what's left is the next steps in development. And so for those next steps, I would like to develop more of the physical components and the aesthetics of the actual machine. That's something I'm a little bit less experienced with, I guess. So I want to spend a lot of time figuring out what the actual machine will look like physically and make it be aesthetically pleasing and up to the par of, I guess, the digital space that I am creating. And then I also want to create more in-depth content for the digital world and link the website more directly to it and kind of help the website feel more integrated into the digital experience. And then also just develop more interesting visualizations of computer concepts, of things like how maybe a computer stores RAM or how a CPU processes instructions or something like that, and visualizing that in an artistic way that anybody can kind of approach and understand better than reading about it or kind of somebody explaining with all these technical terms that a lot of people don't understand and kind of just turns into like gibberish. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Zane. You know what? I had to step off for just a minute, and I just wanted to make sure did you play a video of your game?
I didn't play a video, but I have some extra things here. I didn't include it in the main presentation, but there's just some extra clips of other things that I've created here. This is a representation of the color space, HSV color space that I created in my virtual environment and kind of navigating around it with the mouse, the 3D mouse there. Yeah, I won't play the whole thing, but just kind of a quick few moments of it. And then also I have another video here. This is one just kind of the different interactions with the jacks up here and how they kind of, you can unplug and plug different things and use the buttons that way. And then also just a bunch of different assorted gameplay that we can leave playing in the background as people ask questions or whatever else.
Okay, good. Just to open it up again, I want to say that coming out of your midterm, I felt like you had a project in search of a concept a little bit, and I think what's been good is that you kind of zeroed in on this concept of it's kind of educational project. It's about the computer, being inside the computer. You're kind of trying to visualize that maybe virtual space and learning about all the different aspects of the machine. So let me just pause there, and I want to make sure that we get Echo to chime in. I know she has to leave, and everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so I'll just jump in really quick. I think this is a really interesting concept. I'm really excited about it. One reference kept on coming up in my mind because the way that you were kind of displaying this information to the audience is that you're not necessarily calling it a game, but it still kind of feels like a game to me. Or there's like game elements to it, but that's not all it is. It's more complicated than that. There's like this physical controller component, but it's also like educational. It's like this, it almost feels like just the way that it's stylized, almost like a treasure hunt. I thought there's like a reward if you figure out how to interface with this computer.
Yeah.
But you're also like learning about computing like while you're playing it or getting towards this reward. And one reference that I thought of, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, is Welcome to the Game. Have you ever heard of that?
I haven't, but I will definitely write that down.
Okay, Ben knows what I'm talking about. So the one that I'm thinking of specifically is Welcome to the Game 2. So it's the sequel to Welcome to the Game. But anyway, it's this game that's on Steam. And so basically it's teaching you how to navigate the Onion browser, like Tor essentially, without actually like using Tor, but it's also teaching you how to use the kernel. It's teaching you how to like crack people's Wi-Fi passwords, but it's all kind of contextualized in a game where you're trying to like not get caught by the police by using like multiple VPNs and all this stuff, right? And you're using like cryptocurrency to like buy routers off the onion web or whatever. So anyway, so it's teaching you how to navigate the dark web and like buy things on it in a game, because you can't like actually show people how to do that.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. And I kind of feel like there's something similar happening here where it's even like stylized in a similar way. It's kind of like dark mode only, or it's kind of like you kind of have to like find the secrets that are hidden like inside the website somehow. Welcome to the Game and Welcome to Game 2 are horror games because the dark web is scary, but I would really look at it because there's a lot of overlap here, but you have this additional component of like a physical controller, which I think is really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my reference that I was thinking of.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it. Sounds like it would be really relevant to kind of what I'm working on. And I mean, things like I think they're called like alternate reality games. That's sort of in the same realm, I guess, of what I'm doing in a way. So yeah, I think that would be a helpful reference for sure.
Go ahead, Godfrey.
Yeah, Godfrey.
So if I still recall a little bit like watching your midterm presentation, and I sort of like, I believe one thing that I kind of like took with me then was sort of like the idea that sort of like some sort of like, I don't know, the James Turrell in a box or something like that. So I believe I recall that in the midterm there was also the idea of having some sort of like kind of like color field, kind of like physical parts, so sort of like some sort of like some light part that would be in the physical world and kind of connected and controlled by this machine. And I'm just curious if you can kind of like maybe just talk about kind of like what has changed in terms of the concept since the midterm.
One of the main feedbacks that I got from that midterm kind of presentation was that I needed to find the kind of thread in my project and give it more sort of direct direction in where I wanted to go. And so I kind of pinpointed down into this idea of digital literacy and kind of making people feel like technology is a little bit more approachable, as opposed to kind of like that visual component, just because it sort of muddied the overall concept that I was working for, to sort of narrow down the project.
Okay, so basically the idea of having sort of like something, some sort of like some devices outside this box that are controlled by the inside is no longer part of your scope.
So there still would be like some devices outside that would control it, but not it wouldn't be like the lasers and stuff that I proposed in the midterm, just because of the amount of time and effort that would take away from the rest of the project, as opposed to kind of the benefits that it brings, I feel like.
Great. Yeah, no, I was just asking for my understanding because I remember there was something there. And sort of like maybe, so I'm still, as to the point of sort of like kind kind of clarity. My 2 cents would be that I think that you still have some way to go to kind of like reach that clarity. I'm still a little bit, I feel like, especially with this intro video and with this kind of like with the logo that you have that kind of like draws everything in, I think this might for me just be sort of like a kind of like a red herring, because it has this kind of like it kind of like has in some way trying to kind of like encompass everything into like one concept that try to kind of like brings everything together, sort of like this kind of like maybe romantic idea, but like I'm not sure if this helps so much in sort of like creating a clear vision of what this is and how we should look at it. And similarly, I was like a little bit confused in sort of like the reference that you pulled in, sort of like there was like Isaac Newton, Meow Wolf, James Turrell, and the Tennis for Two. Whereas like for me, like I would kind of like really see them as two things, two separate things, and sort of like the kind of like where your project is kind of like positioned in that space is also like maybe like a question. So like for me, like Meow Wolf and sort of James Turrell are kind of like in the illusionist camp. And for me, Isaac Newton and the Tennis for Two are sort of in the anti-illusionist camp. And sort of like what I'm curious with your project is sort of like that when you're talking about like when the goal should be to kind of like make technology accessible and make it clear, sort of like it seems that the mechanisms that you're trying to show are kind of like very much hidden into different layers of abstraction and different kind of like technical layers of indirection. So there's a box, right, and you're connecting buttons to the box. Then there is a software running inside the box. The software is running a web server. The computer is connecting, like you're using a separate computer to connect to the web server running on this box. And then there's like a 3D world inside on this website that is basically simulating some sort of like like things about whatever, like color mixing or RGB or your different kind of topics that you talked about. Sort of like I feel like there's like a lot of things that are kind of like part of that, and for me, sort of like when I compare this to the kind of like the Tennis for Two, which is sort of like, well, it is what you see. This is like the transparent plexi. Then I'm kind of curious is sort of like how were you thinking, or what is the idea of having, if the idea is to have a similar type of kind of like transparency or kind of clarity through making all these kind of transactions and all these layers transparent. Then I'm curious sort of like what would be the similar move kind of in the device that you're building. And sort of like for me, this is like at this point not so clear sort of like how this would function, or if this is even obtainable kind of like in the setup that you've set for yourself. So I know this was a lot of talk, but those were kind of just my 3 takeaways. That for me, kind of like this kind of a little bit sort of like a grab bag of different things. Then if the idea is sort of like to have, or if the idea is to have this sort of like this clarity, then I'm not sure if this immense sort of like technical layering is helping, especially compared to the transparent plexiglass for tennis for two. And then maybe sort of like with the references that are a little bit sort of like that I'm have a hard time kind of just seeing them kind of like on the same level. I'm thinking if it might be better to kind of like differentiate those. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Thank you for the feedback, Gottfried.
And piggybacking on what Gottfried just mentioned, like I'm trying to get a little bit of clarity on how you're defining digital literacy and like the different aspects that are sort of a part of technology. And is it about development and coding? Is it about the like behind the scene processes that are happening in computers and tech? or is it about the knowledge that's being leveraged around the electromagnetic spectrum? Because I think that's what I was reading when I saw Prism and your RGB stuff and your references to Terrell. I thought you were gonna like talk about the electromagnetic spectrum and say it's like, okay, visual light is only a part of it. We're actually leveraging radio waves to do a bunch of things as well for communication. So I think that like you do touch on a lot of different things, but it doesn't seem like I don't necessarily understand how they're structured and how you progress from one to the other. But I think that you can do that if you do like separate the different parts a little bit and then sort of talk about how they build on each other.
Okay. Yeah. And to your question of what it was about, it's more of like the behind the scenes working of tech and computers, I would say, and how they function and stuff. Yeah.
And that's fantastic. But if that's the case, then I think that your aesthetics are getting in the way of that message a little. And like that's where like it gets a little muddy when if it's about the tech, then it like you should keep it about the tech. And like that's a great project in and of itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, hi Zane, how are you?
Hi Anna.
Hi, nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Hey, so yeah, I have a couple comments as well, and I think you, I want to congratulate you on
Thank
the
you.
framework that you built. I think I love the design. You've always had great design qualities. You know, I love that coherence between the physical part, the virtual part, and the web part. You know, the three of them talk to each other aesthetically. I think that's interesting. But I do think you've built like an excellent tool for communication, but I'm not sure it's communicating the values that you were talking about before in the beginning. So aligned with Gottfried and Kako about the digital literacy and I'm not sure if it's 100% transparent in the way that you're trying to tell us that technology is accessible, right? I feel that it's a great framework right now. You have your physical space, you have your virtual space, and you have your web environment, and they're all connected. And I think right now you really need to work on what is that communicating and how and why. So it's like really clarify like if what you really want to communicate is the stigma and technology. I'm not sure what we've seen. Maybe it's because I don't have the tools right now and I can't play with it, but that's not what it's showing me. But I think what the great part is that you have like a pretty awesome framework right now built that can communicate a lot of things. What I was thinking when you were talking, maybe the digital literacy, it could be in a way that it could communicate if it's implementing like a little platform where somebody could maybe do some coding or do something and they could see what are the consequences, something that they can relate a little bit closer. A 3D mouse is actually kind of complicated in the end. It's not like pressing a button. Those 3D mouses at the end, you're doing you set 6 degrees of
it is a little bit tricky to get used to it,
but it's really cool. It's really cool to use them, right? So I agree. The experience, I think the user when they sit there, especially somebody who's not used to using a 3D mouse, can be really appealing as well. So, but I would like really work on what are these mechanisms what are you creating and what is that communicating with the user? And the other what I really started thinking when you were talking about your project, I was thinking like. So when new media art started, the difference between why new media art, which is our field, right? Why is it called new media? Is because it started with the digital revolution, with when we started using analog frameworks to express art, and we started using digital spaces. So I think that's a great place to feature your project. And since you were talking about using some artistic procedures to communicate a message, and you could work on this like this area between the analog space and the digital space, like what's the difference about using a camera and developing some negatives or actually a digital camera, right? That talks also about the digital literacy and how things work. So I wonder if that's something that you could implement in this project, and it can help with the educational part, that when we use a computer, we understand that there's electricity involved and there's other different, mechanisms versus the analog procedures that were part of the previous generation, right? So yeah, but and I think you're gonna do an amazing project. I already can see like super great. I love the
Thank
style and that you already one semester you build a framework, but I think you can just push it so much further than
Yeah,
where it is.
absolutely. And I mean, I definitely do want to keep developing on those ideas of building those kind of like unique visualizations of the technology, and kind of maybe, like you said, integrating some kind of way to type some code and see the results and have that interact in some way as well. Could be really interesting component.
Good luck.
Zane, maybe you could stop your share just so that we can all see each other again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one comment I was gonna, and Zane, you've heard a lot from me this semester. So I think, I think the comment about like one way to think about the thesis project is imagine it from another point of view. We're actually teaching it as a class, and then you have to get all of that stuff done during the semester, right? So that you're going to teach students how to do these things, and they're going to finish a project. Each project will be slightly different, but they'll be working within this, right? And then when you think about that, you get a more realistic view of what you can accomplish, and also how to bring together certain kinds of ideas. So I think if you just went through that exercise, you might be able to say, okay, how does the physical, like as Godfrey went through all the different things that you're doing, like what parts of those are really important and what parts of those could be set aside and you could still accomplish the same thing in the class that you're teaching in this hypothetical situation. And then, so like basically make a syllabus for this class. And I think that would really help you to sort of hone in on what's crucial and what is important, but maybe at this point you don't need to bring it in right now.
Yeah, I never really thought about it like that, like making a syllabus or something, but that could be an interesting way to approach it. I have a little bit of experience with it, just doing the like kind of teaching and stuff that I did over the summer, and my dad has been a teacher for his whole life basically. So that could be an interesting way to sort of approach it and just really narrow in on what I need to do.
Take a couple syllabi from classes that you liked in the last 4 years, if you liked any of them. Just kidding. But pick one that you liked or a couple and use those as a reference. Say, okay, that class was structured well, and I like how we went through this thing, and then you'll get a sense. I think it'll be helpful for you.
And for absolutely. Ben as well, I think that because you both have this educational component, so I think the learning outcomes of a syllabus could really, really help you, because it would set the goals. That's what we need to write. Those are actually the skills that the student will have if they pass that class, right? So what are the skills that somebody will acquire after they go through both of your experiences?
Yeah, I think outlining the like specific skills, like you said, of the learning outcomes will definitely help to like narrow down on what the project is about, and then kind of help guide me to what I need to develop. So yeah, I'll definitely work on that.
Zane, I wanted to commend you definitely, throughout this semester, you've been, I think, particularly good at just like balancing and trying out different things. And, you kind of would work on some visuals, and then you jump in and pull in a bunch of code. And, so it's been really good to see you, like you've been good at really spreading it out and trying out different things. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, Zane in particular had a interesting semester because I don't know if you want to mention it, Zane.
Yeah, my mom's house had burned down earlier in the semester due to some of the fires earlier. So it was just a really crazy semester moving around. I had to go back home for a while and kind of help out, and it's just been like all over the place. But I'm glad that at least this project has kind of stayed consistent, and I've been able to manage my resources on it well.
Yeah, so it's been amazing that you had been able to kind of keep working, and every week I would see something new from you. So I would, I agree with a lot of what was said, and actually, I'm kind of thinking back to that vertical slice that Ben mentioned, and I think it would be good to see that vertical slice from you, like, and want it, because there's a bunch of things you want to do, but like, let's see one of them really fleshed out, to a good degree, so that we can really see that component of digging through documentation, seeing the visuals, how you're learning from it, and then based on that one, hopefully more of them. But yeah.
And I saw your chat message, Godfrey. Luckily, everybody was totally safe, unharmed. So that was a really good thing about all of that happened. No one got hurt or anything like that. It was all just like material stuff. So, you move on.
And Ben was like radioing in from like the top of mountains in like Central California.
No, yeah, I was on like a phone hotspot for a little while and kind of using that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the few times we actually see Zane's face this semester, because he's
back home.
I actually didn't meet Zane on face until like the very end of the semester. Everything else, it was just, he was a black screen with Zane for like most of the semester. It's a good excuse.
I did want to share one. So looking at your aesthetic and like something that might help push you in like making your stuff, I dropped it in the chat. It's Beeple. He's a digital
love
artist.
his work.
Yeah, he gives away a bunch of his stuff for free as well. So I put the resource link in the chat if you want to check that
Awesome. Yeah, that would be awesome. I see his stuff on like Instagram and stuff all the time. So yeah, he's a really cool digital artist.
All right. Wow. Well, thank you guys for presenting. It's been really my pleasure to work with you all. Our three precious senior students, and of course all the faculty too. I mean, thank you for attending. It's it's been great to have you guys for the midterm and the final, and Anna especially from across the ocean.
Yeah, thank you everybody for coming, and thank you guys all for your feedback and helping us make a great project.
Yeah, congratulations. It's been like a really difficult semester with all the circumstances, and the work has not lost any value or quality.
Yeah, 2020 has been a crazy year.
Yeah, it's cool. Amazing. I can't wait to see what you come up for May. It's gonna be cool.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
All right, thanks everybody, and maybe the students, you can hang on for a bit. We'll just touch base, yeah. Congratulations, you made it to the end.
Cool.
Yeah, congratulations everyone.
So
really
cool.
Really enjoyed this review. It was wonderful. And nice to see everyone. Nice to see Anna too. Wow. So
it was definitely applied computer science here. So that was
good faculty to student ratio too. We should market this. This is good. This is the kind of attention you get at Woodbury.
Energy or the top, the AIA's code top 10 in terms of like its parts. And I think I just caught on finally now that I probably should have mentioned this earlier, and I think it came up with the last board in terms of how you connect or create these synergies between the parts as opposed to the parts being by themselves. And you have, what's interesting here is that you have elements, you spoke about water, you spoke about daylight very elegantly. I mean, I want to be in that space when I saw that and when I was hearing your voice, and I really enjoyed that. Thank you. And then you showed this one image of like what looked like some kind of like kinetic facade element. I wasn't too sure what was going on, but it ultimately doesn't matter. What kind of inspired me there for a second was like, how could you actually connect all these things together so that there could be a dialogue? So when the environment speaks, so does the development. And I'm just kind of like hypothetically, going to frame this, but like, as it rains, the water's, migrating, or there's some kind of conveyance system that goes through the site, just like you would for rainwater harvesting, but along the way it triggers activities that deal with the kinetics of the building, and it starts to open and close the porosity and adjust daylight, and everything becomes very much sort of the sort of the symbiotic relationship with the environment. And it begins to raise that platform of what I mentioned earlier about what I would say sort of like, this is like beyond climate justice, in environmental justice, I should say. It gets into that regenerative design theory that human and nature are really at the same table, right? We're not trying to compete, we're trying to collaborate. And I think that this project has sort of that, and so do the others. But the idea that this kinetic facade is what triggered it, is that this thing could be not only moving as a function of people moving it, but maybe nature could move it through its environmental dynamics. So just quick thoughts. And it becomes part of that discovery, right? So I think it'd be an amazing story.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. This is Ingalil. I'm super impressed with this project. There's so much. First of all, I'm just savoring the drawings because they're clear, but beautifully delineated and detailed. And I think it's in the detail. When you first look at the partie and these, you have multiple pieces, but I think you've used the landscape very well, and begun to play with the landscape so that it also is broken down into comprehensible and very human scaled elements. And even though each element has its own personality and maybe a feature, I think that you've really well detailed it so that it still reads as a united whole. And I think the landscape plays a really critical component of that. So I want to just congratulate you, because I think that's a really hard thing to do, where each building has its own purpose, program, different kind of collective purpose, but yet the whole campus then still maintains a sort of integrity and a whole. So I think you've done that really, really beautifully. And when I look at your large scale sections on the second sheet, and look at the the skylights of the library, this kinetic wall that Eric was just referring to, the sort of slatted system, you really, I think it's incredibly beautiful. I think it's appropriate in scale, and especially for this age group. As a mother of a 12-year-old, I'm particularly enchanted by that. So congratulations. I think you've done a really sublime job.
Thank you.
I agree. I think it's a really nice project. As you're presenting it, starting with the site plan, talking about how you're taking that site and kind of breaking it up, I kind of wrote down this is an aggregation strategy. And so you're aggregating a series of buildings and landscape elements. And it becomes really evident in the way that you're drawing the site plan. And so as an aggregation, right, it's kind of moving things together. Things are having a certain amount of density. And the elements kind of overall fit together just because they're part of the same campus. And there's a similar use of geometry that starts to define. And one of the other aspects I think it's important is the way that you're using wood, right? And so with an aggregation strategy, how do the different pieces fit together in addition to geometry? And it seems to be going through the material and finding wood and using that in different ways. The interactive aspect of the wood is really nice because now you have people kind of touching it. It becomes very personal. And so then in the library, right, they're coming down to these columns, and at times the benches around that. Again, the wood as a warm element becomes something that it becomes tactile. I think it would be great to kind of push the wood a little bit further, even. You know, in the I think it was the wellness one, the one with the rotating facade, and the other one with the slats that move back and forth. I think you could find other places to bring that wood into the interior a little bit more, and let it be a little bit more expressive. And actually, I think there's maybe some opportunities between the buildings and building up some of those kind of landscape elements with ideas of shading. So maybe the wood could become a bit of a thread that connects through. It would allow some of those landscape areas maybe to give some height, and so it gives them some volume to have a stronger dialogue with some of the other buildings. But I think that could work a little bit. Oh, another aspect I wanted that I wrote down was we're talking about the light in the library, and I was listening to the last one, and Eric was talking about how do you kind of prove out your theory of the light, and you're talking about the not getting direct light on the books, which clearly is very important. So I think it would be good just to take that section that you have and just run some solar angles on that. Make sure that the skylight is tall enough that you're just getting reflected lights, and using the tools that you have to kind of prove that out. I think that would strengthen your argument for how you're using the daylight and the facades.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Drake. Again, I like to give you some kudos in terms of fantastic presentation. I was actually very sensitive to Jordan and June, how you piggybacked off each other. You both have your very unique styles of presenting almost opposites, but it went off very well. I'm not sure if you rehearsed or not, but it went off very well. They're kind of like slow, fast, but it worked well. Your site plans, I thought were fantastic. I will suggest though that sometimes more labeling or even color code can help when someone is trying to review them real quickly and get the sense of what's being proposed. I was also shocked and amazed how, like for example, the board you have up now is a very, very busy board, whereas in your presentation you kind of took piece by piece, which made more sense and it was easy to read. I would challenge you on, when you have a board the way you have it now with all the different components on it, you have to be very sensitive to how the person can perceive that board and get the information from it. Sometimes saying a little bit is better than saying a lot, particularly if it's done well. So I would challenge you on that. I took a few notes. I might maybe disagree with some of my colleagues to some degree on this, but I think that being directed toward the environment and looking at all the different perspectives, I'm wondering how much attention was given to the actual client, which is the students. And I say that for one reason. I feel that the volume of spaces for kindergartens and school kids of the age that you're designing this for seems to be more of something that would be in in Washington D.C. at a monument someplace. I mean, the volumes for me, the human scale, in this case, the child scale, they're at two ends here. So I would challenge you to be more sensitive to what we all design for, which are human beings. I'm very strong on designing for people, and not just for technology's sake, but for people. So it has to work. And again, I think my colleague before me who was talking about the library and again, the light is kind of part of that as well. We have to make sure we keep track of it's for the kids. In this case, it's for the kids to learn. And those environments are very important. But overall, your presentation, I think, was fantastic. And the graphics were very nice. All right, so thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a really strong project, and the jury's comments are responding to that as well. It is a lot of information. It's one of the challenges in what we've asked the students to do in this last week is to combine everything they've done throughout the semester and to make all of that present, or the most important parts of it present, on just 2 boards, because the code competition really only fits into 2 boards. So they've done an enormous amount of work throughout the semester that then culminates in a very small amount of real estate to be able to show those ideas. So it is sometimes easier to explain the ideas in the presentation, but now how do you really get the ideas across? And I think it's very thorough. It has a lot of detail. It has clarity. I think you've really attempted to do everything that's been asked of you. And I still think more could be done to kind of improve how you can quickly glean the major points from these 2 boards as a person who might come to this not having seen any of the work or the process over the past 15 weeks is a challenge. I think I've made some notes for everyone, and I'm going to share these notes with all the students from the jury's comments. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, you can take some of those comments into consideration in like the final refinement of these 2 boards, because I think it is a very strong project, and we should, I would encourage you to submit it also. But it's a very, very nice project.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to just quickly jump in before I leave, and there's I was trying to find it, and if I do, I'll put it in the notes. The one thing, and it's not just for this group of students, but for the entire class as you move forward and progress through the various stages of your academics. What I really liked in this particular case are those top 10 sort of AIA sort of recognition and acknowledgements of how your project achieved that. One thing that I would challenge everybody is to now apply same thing having to do with like my daylighting comment, is now begin to apply a value of that performance. So if you say that you are connecting to the community, or you have saved so much water by doing what you're proposing, tell us what that value is. You're connecting to 20 nonprofits and increasing your community footprint by hundreds of thousands of people, or you're saving 500,000 gallons a year, which is a carbon footprint offset. As you begin to progress through your careers, we're looking for those things. A lot of our code compliance requirements are asking us to provide that. And that's going to become that layer of information that will be dearly needed. So the more sort of quantitative information that you're able to state in those, I think will begin to resonate with your audience. And you could find a common matrix of evaluation such that maybe those top 10 things reflect how many tons of ice you are saving from melting each year, or how many trees you are saving, or how many cars you're taking off the road. Give it a common denominator that people understand. And if people understand, and if you really come down to that common denominator, you're going to reach your audience very quickly, and you're going to reach a much larger audience. So while I talk about CO2 and carbon footprint, that's the beginning of it, but then find a nice way to sort of sum it up. And I think that I'm looking at those like 10 little bubbles there. If there was like a statement under there that said this project collectively reduced CO2 emissions by so many tons, and this is equal to, I don't know, 500,000 plastic bottles off the streets, something that we all know. So with that,
I think, and to take that just one step further, if that was part of the curriculum or the program of the school where the students are actually keeping track of that and they understand that, it becomes a teaching opportunity for them as well. I think putting, having the students participate in that is critical.
I think one of the biggest impacts that this project could have in that regard would be in terms of the landscape and reducing the amount of hardscape and having a very permeable both roofscape and landscape, softscape now, that would benefit the kind of water table in terms of bringing water back through into the ground, as well as reducing heat island effect. I actually would argue there could be more trees in the main courtyard than there are right now. It looks a little sparse. I think if you really increase the kind of habitat aspect of this, as Eric has been kind of pushing to talk about the humans and nature together, I think this project has a real strength in having that possibility of integrating human with nature and landscape. And I think there's some very simple ways you could quantify the improvement on the overall community and environment.
Can you hear me here?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, my mic was off before. I'll make a little kind of summary, keep it short here, but one thing I was thinking in listening to the reviews and hearing your presentation was, in the restaurant industry, there was a big push to open the kitchen up and show off the process of making the food and bring the experience of dining into that cooking experience. And I think your project is fairly inspiring as a kind of way of looking at education campus or building doing something similar when it pertains to energy consumption. Maybe that's sort of a way to look at, I think a school there's no better place to sort of integrate energy systems and roll the experience of being in an educational building with tools and technologies that are working with nature. And I do think that you're really starting to get there with this sort of intermediate detailed level of the wood paneling and louvers and shading devices. And I think, that's one step, and thinking of ways to push that would be really fascinating. Perhaps you put the water treatment, pair that with a certain classroom where you can sort of see that functioning, or the kind of kinetic tactile wood facade could also begin to express energies as it pertains to wind power. So I think there's ways to kind of bring those kind of notions we're learning from the food industry into education, perhaps, and how that rolls and how that plays a role in the architecture.
Yeah, exposing processes. It's a nice idea. Okay, well, I'm gonna let us make that the final comment. Thank you so much, June and Jordan, for your project and all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to check out. It was a pleasure. Really appreciate everything that I've seen today. I would love to share this with the architects at our firm who have been designing schools for 20 plus years, and this could be an eye-opener and refreshing view of what we can do, because unfortunately we are shackled with so many restraints, but this was really beautiful. Love the creativity. Again, thank you so much and have a great day.
We'll share.
Eric, can you hold on for 1 second? I don't know if everybody here knows Eric is an alum of Woodbury. Everybody knows that. He's also at HMC Architects, and they're designing futures. I'm sorry, help me out. DFF.
Designing Futures Foundation.
Foundation is the one who has given us the $10,000 grant that's going to be student scholarships in the spring. So thank you to Eric. You are transforming and changing and having an impact.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. I'll communicate that to our executive director. I know she'd be very happy to hear that.
Please do. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Eric.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so our next team of students is Drew and Sampson. And Drew and Sampson, I'm sure you guys are ready.
Yep.
Okay, great.
All right, so I'm Samson Levy, and
I'm Drew. Hi, Drew Hartman.
And so our project is called the Solar Meadows Academy, and we chose the Aldama Elementary School. And the reason why we chose this is because we felt that it had a cultural significance to the community, as well as the challenge of the slope site actually was an advantage to use passive systems and when constructing site systems. So we left the existing school almost completely intact in its shell, and then added new structures for the classrooms and other facilities throughout the site, focusing on activated and passive strategies in the new buildings, and then ways to improve upon the existing structure while upgrading its life expectancy.
Starting with our kind of floor plan / site plan that covers all the different buildings in our project. Kind of starting at the top of the plan, working our way down. Starting with the kind of community center, the entry point, which is like also the entry point for the school. This includes the like existing library, the like admin offices, gym, as well as food distribution. And I think the program legend also kind of provides labels to show where those are distributed throughout the site. And then moving through to the classrooms, we kind of went with like a circular design that was supposed to incorporate an indoor-outdoor classroom system that would increase circulation and engagement like with the buildings. We have indoor classrooms on the kind of inner ring of the building, and then outdoor classrooms, a kind of interconnected outdoor classroom hallway running around the outer ring of the classrooms. And this is carried over 2 levels, which you can see in the section. There's a large ADA accessible wheelchair ramp that's used also for primary circulation in the middle of the classroom building, and this provides circulation between the upper levels where the existing buildings are, and then as the site slopes down, it provides a transition to the lower levels continuing through the rest of the site. So the classroom opens up directly to a large field of raised bed that looks opposite the cooking labs and the cafeteria kitchen. The cooking labs are also provide spaces for food being produced through the gardens on the site to be used within like teaching as well as outreach to the community as well. From the classroom and also the cooking labs, we have this kind of large pathway that branches off, and then this provides ADA circulation throughout the entire site to the other buildings, and then provides access to the various types of gardens that lead throughout the site. Transitioning down through the pathway, we end at the science labs and the art lab at the bottom of the site. The science labs kind of extend over a large retention pond, and then the art labs have large platform decks to kind of increase the indoor-outdoor space to connect students with nature while they're doing art and being creative. Moving back up the site, we have several different types of gardens on the site, including some terrace gardens, large raised beds, a rain garden, and then kind of a native plant garden that is centered in the middle of the classrooms, to be kind of a central like learning area, and kind of where like students and teachers congregate. Corner of this page, we have our section which kind of transports you inside the building, shows the kind of permeability between the indoor and outdoor classrooms, and also provides a good glimpse of the circulation ramp that provides access for everybody on all levels. We started really kind of looking into the code requirements and how they're expressed in our project. Kind of three that I wanted to point out were designed for integration. We wanted to be able to like increase the quality of learning through kind of transitional space. So the kind of thresholds between the indoor-outdoor classrooms, the classrooms leading to the circulation, and the circulation opening to the gardens, lots of kind of opportunities for students to discover things just through the organization of the site and the systems, and also using the kind of envelope systems to help drive the circulation. For equitable design, we're kind of really interested in encouraging community activity through the like community programs that could be offered in the community center, the community gardens, and then the food production that we're trying to bring on the site with the raised beds. And then lastly was discovery, which encourages play in the gardens. We want to encourage play in the gardens. This kind of short and long-term uses for gardens in terms of like growing, provides different types of like growth like that students can kind of mimic, and then lots of like design and the discovery of the building's design is like open to the user as they kind of move through the site. And then to kind of zoom in a little bit more, one way we really wanted to kind of tie in the buildings with our site was looking at design for ecosystem. We're focusing on kind of a separate envelope system that helps to kind of shield the main structure and provide both shading and cooling. And then also our native plant garden in the classroom provides kind of helps like local habitat restoration by kind of helping to like educate kids on native plants, and also kind of be a gathering space between classrooms.
And then here we have design for economy, which we thought was another important measure to pull out that we designed for. Here we're again focusing on the art labs and the kind of cross ventilation that it creates and the opportunities for evaporative cooling from the bioretention pond. And then moving on into one of our more important measures was the design for energy. We covered our entire new structures in solar roofing tile to overcreate an excess of energy so that we could store it in batteries on site for the community to use in times of need, in disaster, or in other cases when electrical prices have risen too high. And again, next to it, design for well-being, we thought it was really important to make the entire site accessible to everyone. And that's kind of expressed through different ways throughout the entire site. And then the final couple coat measures that we were looking at was how to design for water, how to use rainwater through the site, gray water, and how to process it and then reuse it on the site in the gardens. And then the design for resources, basically what materials we chose, kind of looking at the main structure as heavy timber because of the use of life it has, and then also channel glass because of the ease of transparency it allows for, and also the opaqueness when insulated. And then finally, design for change. We wanted to look at how we could keep the project in its cultural representation of the community, but also extend the life of it and give it a new life.
Looking here, we have kind of a exploration of like vignettes that we're working with. The first image on the top kind of gives a big glimpse into like the, I guess, main kind of common area between the classrooms and the cooking labs. This shows kind of like our main production bed system, which would produce a lot of the food used in the cafeterias and the classroom as well. And then kind of the rain garden on these terraces looking down into it, and then kind of trailing off towards the science labs as it starts to slope off towards the back. In the bottom, I think left corner, that's the inside of the classroom structure. So that kind of shows the 2 levels that we have with the large ramp that spirals around. Kind of interpretations of native plants, I think, on trying to use stuff that's like more drought resistant and would be sustainable to the landscape. And then also provides a good glimpse of the solar chimneys, which is a passive system technology that we're trying to employ in the classrooms, which would help to provide both cooling in the summer and heating during the winter. And then the last one is the last picture kind of shows the intersection between the kind of large path on the site and where it kind of converges. It moves towards the classrooms as it moves up, but then when it splits, we have this kind of pathway that is surrounded by a kind of system of a series of envelope systems, including a rotating bed system, and then they can like rotate up and down so that kids on like both levels can harvest the plants, and then a kind of cedar shake facade with solar roofing.
And then here we have a kind of bird's eye overview of the entire project, showing the existing school and then the new school pieces we've added with their solar roofing. And then an interior view of the pathway that goes down the entire site, kind of showing how it's an activated hallway, how children would be encouraged to interact with the growing on the walls and the solar shades above. And then our final slide is kind of going more into the systems of the classroom block itself is in the upper left corner, and how we were looking at that and how we wanted to look at the systems of it, and then as well as how we wanted to look at the systems of the entire site, which is to the right of that, and how it was integrated through the hillside, and pairing that with the full site section so you could see how we tackled the slope of the site. So, and that's it for.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just start off as I was on your midterm review, and I'll just commend you guys for your progress since that time. I think you have really successfully simplified the project from where you were at midterm. And I think that you did really look at some of the comments we made pertaining to using the slope of the site and considering the spaces between your buildings and the landscape as a kind of integrated system with the building. I think what is really successful about this project is the way you're considering the exterior space to be as much a part of the building as the interior conditioned spaces, and you have these layered systems of open gardens, and you've put a lot of thought into how those are being used, which is great. And then you have these sort of roof canopy covered spaces that in LA, we are very fortunate to be able to be outside all year. And so I appreciate you sort of incorporating that into the design. And I can't really think of a more passive means of saving energy than reducing your conditioned floor area space by taking these kinds of moves with the architecture. And I really like how the buildings themselves are now sort of pavilions sitting in the landscape. And their circulation is a lot more thoughtful, and how you kind of move between the buildings through these garden spaces. So overall, I want to commend you for your progress that you've made. And the images are very, very captivating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Drew and Samson, you should thank Meg for presenting your project for you. So I'm saying that because I was not part of the midterm, obviously. So for me, looking at it fresh is different. And Meg kind of put some parameters around that, which actually helped me out, actually. So that's good. I made a note here, and I'm curious because we're all working in this Zoom reality and making presentations. Are you able to point as you're making your presentation? As the students, are you able to point to the screen?
I believe so.
Okay, so therefore, if that's the case, I would suggest in the future we use that a little bit more as you're talking. I think it will help someone who's not familiar to follow along a little better. So don't feel that you don't have to use that unless you had an instructor to tell you not to. I don't want to get into that. So, but I think that would help. I agree with Meg. I think that I thought it was a fantastic site. When I first saw the site and I saw how the topo and how it was basically landscape, I said, "Oh, this is great." I'm curious to see how they handled it. I mean, you could look at the site as being challenging because of the slopes, but also you could look at it in terms of this opportunity to do something fantastic, particularly as it relates to the different synergies off each other per se. But I think you did a good job on that. I'm curious at the bottom of the slope, the very, very bottom, I could not make out with the drawings what space that is. At the very bottom.
This space?
Hey, you caught on fast. I like that. Pointing. That's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
So
I couldn't read 8 and 9. It was too small. So now you have a legend. It makes sense, but I couldn't read it. That's all.
Okay. Yes. 8 is the science labs, 9 is the art labs, and then 10 is the bioretention pond.
Okay. So you have to work to get down there, correct?
Yes, it is down the entire site, but it is a very slight ramp that we've worked throughout the whole site to make it a very slight grade.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the only I guess suggestion I would make is that when you're dealing with ramps and you're dealing with a site like this, I would say the more you make them interesting, the better. And what I mean by that is that if a ramp is just a straight ramp, it to me it's not as exciting to experience that versus something that's maybe kind of going in and out as it goes through the contours. We have tendency to want to follow the contour lines a lot of times with our slopes. So if you're following the contour lines, you're kind of going from side to side versus going straight down. So I would just suggest you look at that a little bit more. I'm one for curvature. I love circles, so I'm a little biased on that. So when I saw you tackled that with the existing condition there of a rectangular type building was very interesting. But by you putting another circular building in there, I thought that was a nice little touch. Again, I think with most of the students so far, I think again the site plans, which are very, very nice. I just think how you label them, and it might just be the technology we're using for labels. It's hard for me to read them on my end per se. So I will stop with that while my phone is ringing.
So yeah, I'm super impressed, Samson and Drew. It's an incredibly dense project, but it's a good density. It shows incredible amount of work and thoughtfulness and detailing, which I really deeply appreciate. My favorite drawing is the one just below here, which is the sort of color landscape. There it is, the axonometric landscape. And I think the color really adds life to it, which I think is incredibly appropriate for this project. I don't know how realistic it is, but I certainly see some of these colors in some of the other renderings. And I just think it's a really important design element that I'm just really happy to see here. The other quality that I'm deeply appreciative of is you mentioned ADA several times, and it's just such a critical equity and access issue that this campus is accessible for all. And I just cannot emphasize that enough. Is this for everybody? Just that, it shows respect and care and thoughtfulness, for those, people who are it's where it's, challenging to especially negotiate vertical pathways. So I really deeply appreciate that. And it's that kind of thoughtfulness that I think brings this project to this level of true excellence. And then finally, I think the detailing of the envelope, the building envelope, is really beautifully done. And I think the elevations really show it. At first glance, you look at it and you think, okay, there's a lot going on here. But then as you begin to unpack it and explain the elements, I really appreciated your metrics, your numbers. It becomes extremely convincing and very, very beautifully done. So congratulations, all of you, both of you.
Yeah, so I enjoy the porosity of the project. Really taking advantage of the climate. The use of the circle I also found to be really quite interesting because, as you well know now, there's the clear inside versus the outside. The spaces between on the outside, I think you've done a really nice job of kind of programming that space, especially the one with the garden in between the two circular parts of the building. The way that the open corridor spaces really engage that. I thought that's been really successful. The nice thing about the circle is, though, that you have the two-sidedness, and then the inside has the opportunity to really develop a sense of community. And so, the circle as one of the oldest forms of gathering, gathering around a campfire or however, the idea of the dome being around it in plan. I think there's some opportunities to invest maybe a little bit more onto the interior circle of the three-quarter round building. Right now it's the more desert garden. The ramps are incredibly engaging. And so, the opportunity is to think about how students could gather. It makes me think of Herman Hertzberger, who's done so many great school designs and really focuses the kind of social aspect, creating places for students to hang out and gather. And I think the outdoor classrooms are doing that so well. I would love to see how the inside of the circle could get a little bit more activated, and then maybe that involves seating areas, things like that, that provide opportunities for students to hang out and gather, or as Hertzberger had often done in his projects, places for larger gatherings. And so you could maybe have a place for the whole school to gather. Imagine you have some students on the ramps on the upper level, on the lower level. You have the old building behind you, so you have some slope you could deal with. You could create a whole kind of outdoor, almost amphitheater, auditorium space, which I think in terms of, adding to this sense of community could be really powerful. The So the idea of the circle building, I think, is really strong. So when I look at the lower circular building, which is about a third of a circle, I don't really know what's on the inside of that one, because there's the outside, which faces the garden space, and the inside, it becomes a little bit less clear, really what's happening there. I think those are, where number 11 is. I think those are some opportunities. And again, it's creating kind of some enclosure. Maybe there's some issues with the adjacent buildings. And I guess I wonder why you moved away from the circular plan when you got down to the science part of the campus. Because I really like the way that engages the water. That's incredibly powerful when you start to see those the renderings. And so it's just, it's kind of a change of formal language, but it seems like you're putting so much passion into the circle with some of the drawings that I wonder, why that kind of moved away from that. But one last comment on the section drawings. I think those are really great drawings. Sections, I think, to me, is a great combination of understanding the materials and space and the technical. So if you could use that a little bit more, the section drawings, and adding some more information about the performance of your building systems. So you've got these really nice wind towers. Arrows aren't always great, but they're effective. That's why they keep getting used to show the passive airflow. So you're trying to show how those systems are really coming together. I see it in the section perspective, but in some of the other drawings as well. I don't think it's a problem, especially when you're trying to submit boards for a competition. Kind of hammer it home, and just kind of keep talking about how all your systems are being integrated in multiple drawings. I think is beneficial. But yeah, really nice job.
Thank you.
Those are really great comments, everyone. I think there's some very constructive suggestions here for you guys, not only accolades, but also, some suggestions for how you might wrap it up and finalize and maybe make some subtle changes. I think, the idea of really furthering the definition of these outdoor spaces and gathering spaces on the inner circles is a great one. And then, I think it is a very complex project. It does have an enormous amount of detail, and I think you've managed to hold it all together and really explain it very well. It's got, as was mentioned by Drake, it's a very challenging site given the topography, but you have turned that into so much opportunity. And I think, the inclusion of ADA and accessibility as a kind of central tenet to the project is a really nice one, particularly considering the fact that it's a challenging site in terms of accessibility for anyone in terms of the topography. So I would really encourage you to kind of emphasize that circulation path really clearly. Maybe there are some things that you would consider altering after today's review before you submit. But I think it's a very, very clear project and really hard work and, very developed in both three-dimensional modeling and two-dimensional drawing and three-dimensional representation. So it's a very strong project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for all your hard work, in other words.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we move to the next one? I think you guys have said some great things. I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great drawings. The drawings were excellent.
Really great drawings. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so our next student team are Valeria and Veronia, and they are going to share their screen. They're lucky in that they're sisters and they can share and collaborate in the same space while they work together.
When it shares, it's gonna. Oh, it's sharing that one? Yeah, now it's sharing this one. Oh, then change it. Then do screen. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, just do that one. Okay. Do you see the PowerPoint?
No.
No?
Okay,
Then it's screen two.
We see you.
Okay. Okay, now you see it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So our project name is Puzzle Elementary, which is basically puzzle and elementary. For our design, we basically wanted to have a fun learning environment for the children, and it's like something different and new. So we decided to use puzzle pieces and like building blocks for our concept. So every classroom, every building has is like its own shape of a puzzle, and it connects to the building next to it or the classroom next to it. And we also used colors, the 7 colors of the rainbow, to differentiate the different programs. So in the elevation, you can see like the red is something and then the green is something. So it's used on the glass, so you can see the reflection of whatever that color is on the inside and the outside of the building, so you can see it from across the school, and it's like an easier pathway for the students. So it's just like a like something fun and different, so to make school like a little more interesting to attend instead of just being in a classroom with like 4 walls. For our materials, so for design discovery, we decided to do the puzzle pieces not only for the classrooms and the buildings, but also for the circulation path. So like the grass areas where students can like hang out and like play, have lunch or whatever, it's still in puzzle piece forms. So it's also like a way for the children to discover, like she mentioned, to be playful and like discover new pathways and like new areas within the buildings and within the circulation of the site. And for equitable communities, for the school, it's also like the community can also access the school, since we have like the community wellness center and like the community dining area, and the school, but like the original site had already a community garden area in the back, so that is kept the same. We just kind of put it in a little like containers. Yeah, like containers boxes, to like make it a little more organized. So this is accessed by the students for learning purposes, and the community as well. And also the school had a program for like music. Mm-hmm. So we wanted to have a big auditorium for the students, so when they perform or have a play or a musical or whatever, they have a good like area for practice and performances. And for well-being, we mentioned that there's a community wellness center. So the community wellness center is for students to help them with their nutrition, and since it's like it has like a community garden and stuff, so it kind of helps. We wanted to focus on like how the school helps the students not only like by teaching them how to grow food, but also how to take care of their food and how to take care of themselves. So that's where the community wellness comes in. And yeah.
For our materials, we decided to use environmentally friendly materials. We wanted to stay away from like concrete and stuff that's not very healthy. So we decided to go with timberwood and glass. Timberwood is known to be an carbon dioxide absorbent instead of, let's say, for example, like concrete slabs are carbon dioxide emissions. So instead of giving out carbon dioxide, timber would actually absorb the carbon dioxide in the air, which makes it a little like healthier and makes the air of the school just healthier and better for like breathing purposes. And for the glass, we used like plexiglass, and it's to help it take the shapes of the curves without having to use a lot of like installations. And this is where we put the colors, which also makes it like super easy and super cost efficient.
For the ecosystem, as I mentioned, they teach the kids, it's like a community garden, so they teach like the kids how to plant their food. So it like teaches, like there's a big area of just for the kids to grow their food and
it's
be
like
mindful
and
about
it's
it.
accessed like not even during like just school times, it's accessed the entire time. Like let's say you grow something and then it's time to collect it and it's like winter break or something, like you can still go and like access it since it's also accessed by the community.
And we mainly use like try to use gray water and rainwater. So the gray water is gonna come from the bathrooms, like washing hands, and then the rainwater on the surfaces that that don't have access, like the roof surfaces that don't have access, are gonna be where water is collected. And also we have like canopies. I forgot to like put it here, but we have canopies that when they open, it can actually collect water and it can go down to like the underground storage tanks. And then for energy, we have big solar panels on the three biggest buildings, which was the library, the gym, and the auditorium. And they're like they're the rotatable ones that move with the sun. So whichever the sun direction goes, like they move with it. And also we have like a lot of our areas have glass and they're very open and they have a lot of windows, and or like they're open areas, which saves a lot of energy from light, from using like
electricity.
Yeah, electric light. So it also like has access to like natural light instead of, and all that kind of like is efficient in cost. So since the school doesn't have to pay for like a lot of electricity or a lot of water, since everything is recyclable and reusable, so it kind of like good for the economy, and also teaches the kids how to like
be like cost efficient, since like also the materials that are used are not that expensive for installation and they're very cheap and easy.
And Design for Change, we kind of wanted to have like a better scenery for the kids. So instead of like having a block of a building and just like school, it's like a lot, it's open and kids can play for like down in the circulation area or like the rooftops. They have a lot of open areas. It's like not only the classrooms are closed, but there's some of them are open areas as well. And that's about it. That's that. Yeah.
I'll kick it off here, I think. I I would like to just start by saying I actually think this idea of puzzle pieces and color coding, it has a lot of potential to it. And I think it's a very powerful idea to use to implement the sort of interlocking element to this replicated form that can be the interlocking element to the project on whole. And I think there's a way those elements could become potentially the way your energy systems are used, or natural elements. So I'll explain what I mean. When I see your project, there's a few architects that come to mind immediately. Bjarke Ingels' Legos comes to mind because it's very literally Lego pieces and colored blocks, which is what you kind of have going here. And then I think kind of to the flip side, Alvarado Siza is an architect who takes a complete opposite approach to the literal application. And the lines on his plans aren't always defining the walls of a building. And so I think that might be an interesting lens to look at your project through. Perhaps not every puzzle piece is a literal bubble in the building. Perhaps it's a landscaped element that's a two-dimensional definition, which you started to do in the courtyard area. Or maybe it's an energy related concept. Basically, perhaps some of these lines are a more abstract concept in the design. For me, I thought the idea of these interlocking elements is quite a powerful idea, but the design, the kind of implementation of that might be a little overly simplified. And I would encourage you to kind of consider what your idea really offers you. This idea of puzzle pieces fitting together, what advantages can you get out of that sort of system, and as well as the color coding, which is a very playful and fitting concept for education building. There's some elements of metabolism here with the kind of aggregating of similar forms. So I would encourage you to have a look at that movement. But it does have a sort of brutalist, often brutalist kind of aesthetic that might not be fitting for an education. And then one other comment I wanted to make was I find the sort of too big build. I wanted to just ask you what your thoughts and strategies were around the two big buildings versus the small kind of aggregations of buildings, because I think that's something that is sort of one of the things I'm drawn to about your project.
Well, we just wanted to like differentiate like the classrooms and the labs and like all the areas that are like small compared to the gym and the auditorium. They're the two big buildings. We just like we initially wanted them just big and like different, like make them like more noticeable than the classrooms and the smaller areas, because these can also be accessed by like the community and like the city. Like it can be like rented out for like performances or games, you know, and stuff like that. So it's like we initially like wanted it to be more noticeable than the rest of the classrooms and the labs.
Okay. I mean, I think you had a good instinct that you're going to need some larger spaces that the smaller scale wouldn't give you. And so I think that was a good tool to add. My comment, I think, would just be to work on the actual connection between the large buildings, small buildings, and those garden spaces. I think right now they're sort of operating very independently.
Yeah. If I can add to Meg's comments, when you started your presentation, I was very impressed with the idea of the puzzle or Lego. I was really brought into the idea of a storytelling approach. Working on Destination Crenshaw, it's a museum, but it's all about storytelling. And I thought there was such an opportunity here when you started off to really tell the story. I think so far you're about the only team to, I think, really talk about the students and the community and how this puzzle was kind of fit together. So I was impressed with that. I think you should work on that some more. I do agree with Meg in terms of I think you might be caught in it to the point where you have these puzzle pieces and you're not giving yourself enough freedom to expand upon that and to be more lucid with that. So I agree with that 100%. I think the opportunity is there, though. I think all the components are there, and I think maybe given a little bit more time and coming out of that box of being just rigid, I could see this being a very, very exciting project with a big story behind it. So I'll leave it there. But good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of good comments on the nature of the puzzle pieces. It feels very much kind of designed and planned, and so it's very two-dimensionally driven, let's say. And then, because when we see the site plan, there seems to be an equal level of strength of the garden spaces between the buildings as there is the buildings, because they're all taking on the same essential geometric shape. But then, obviously, as the buildings become extrusions, they start to develop spaces in between them in very different ways than the pathways do between the green spaces. So I think one of the places that you could explore a little bit further is the spaces between the extrusions, and just the nature of those spaces. The idea of things that should be interlocked but have been kind of pulled apart and are revealing these kind of hidden spaces between. Really exploring the amount to which things have been pulled apart. Do all pieces remain pulled apart? There's kind of an equality, it seems, with the margin or the space between the parts. Because the spaces between, I think, are really useful because children love to explore, and so you're creating all these little nooks and crannies, which are really, as a child, would be great. As a teacher, maybe you'd be driven a little bit crazy, trying to go find your kids as they're getting lost. But as a place of exploration for kids, I think that it's really quite fantastic that they could find these little carve-out spaces, and then finding the color and looking. I think one of the interesting things for me is how these extensions or carve-outs, and you're using the color, actually allow you to look through the buildings as well. And so the idea of creating these hidden spaces is quite nice. I think you could take this idea more generally as the idea of interlocking, and maybe it doesn't always have to be so specific to the shape of the puzzle, but just the idea of interlocking, and start to look at some of your other systems. So you had a diagram of a water tank that kind of seemed to be just a box on the top. And it seemed like the tank itself is maybe an opportunity? What if the tank is a puzzle piece that is fitting into one of the other puzzle pieces of the building? And so you can start to take your building systems and start to give them definitions. Because right now, when your strategies is kind of atomizing the building into, every room almost becomes its own building. Well, you could, if you're going to play that game, I think you continue playing with it at different scales and say that the water tank is now a puzzle piece that is partially interlocked with another part of the building, or maybe skylights or the way you make a door or a window could be all part of a larger system of interlocking that takes this idea and brings it down to not just the scale of shape of the building, but maybe ideas of furniture within the building, or just trying to think of what other building systems that it could be. The water tank was the most obvious just because of the scale of it, could easily kind of plug in. But then the relationship of the big elements, they're not really part of that puzzle system. I would wonder if some of these smaller pieces could plug into that and literally just kind of attach themselves on. And so maybe the larger element is actually one that is also built up out of some smaller elements to achieve that scale, while still trying to stay true to this idea of the interlock.
Actually, it happens here where like the big auditorium like kind of connects with the smaller.
Yeah, more of that. Not just once, more of that.
Yeah, I can imagine the big auditorium having these kind of little boxes all forming another version of it, but with through this aggregation of the smaller unit. I think that could be fairly interesting.
Yeah. And you put in the softy Habitat 67, I think it was, into the chat. Absolutely, something I was also thinking of just as this idea of unit and aggregation, and how things plug together in different ways and can create larger and smaller spaces.
That project is really interesting because you kind of get in under these things and beside them and above them, and you're really immersed in these cubes.
Until the security guards come and chase you away.
Yes.
Because they get so many visitors.
Yeah. I think you guys have done a lot of work since the last time I saw you, and really tried to develop this project to a much greater level of detail than you have this semester up until this point. It's really been an improvement of the work, and I think you should be commended for the efforts you've made in the last couple of weeks to really pull a project into clarity in terms of your goals and your ideas and visualizing those. I still think there's room for improvement in terms of the development of the details, but the design. The main thing that I think that seems to be the struggle still is perhaps in the kind of, even though it's an idea that is about a kind of three-dimensional puzzle, it remains still somewhat two-dimensional, and I think it is very challenging to get those big volumes to kind of communicate with the small volumes. So, I don't know if it even is a possibility to reduce the height on some of those larger volumes. They seem very tall, or as has been suggested, to try to make those larger massings broken down into smaller massings so that they don't feel so overly massive. Because once you look at it in the bird's eye view axonometric, you can see just how kind of monumental those larger structures are in comparison to the small village really that's adjacent to it. And so, I think to really like pull the whole thing together, it needs to kind of reconcile the scale changes between the big landscape and the classroom space and the small classroom space and the big gathering space. And ultimately, if it's for small children who are at an elementary school level, reconciling scale is super important in terms of making them feel welcome. And I think that's your intention. And it seems more resolved in the plan at this point than at the three-dimensional scale. The biggest task might just be in reconciling the big volumes on the site right now.
Okay.
And I think then the last thing, you are suggesting still that you use color in this project, and that doesn't really come through except for in the elevation. Is that still part of the project?
Yes.
It might have just gotten washed out in the rendered views.
It's in the plan and the elevation and the sections too.
And even here, but it's not as clear.
Yeah, it's like light.
I think it's a little washed out. I actually think if that's a big part of your project, I would encourage you to really emphasize the color of the glass over the materiality of the buildings, and that maybe the building materiality could even be simplified.
Okay.
But really great improvement in terms of the project development.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a couple more projects, one more project. I think, I'm not sure if we're gonna have two more presentations or one more presentation, but we at least have one ready to go. From Pietra, are you there? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Should I start sharing my screen?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Linda, I have time for one more.
Okay, great.
So I guess I'm the last and certainly the least. To be honest, I haven't been taking care of my mental health, so I've been struggling. So these are like draft presentations of my project. They're not even draft presentation, they're just draft drawings of my project. The school is located, the school that I'm working on is Leapwood Avenue School. It's located in Carson, California. It's a pretty big site, pretty flat. There are 3 main buildings in the site, and this entrance that you see in the front page is this one over here, which is the entrance. So these buildings are the administrative office, and then this is the main classrooms. This is where the main classrooms are. There are 20 classrooms here, and then it's a two-story high building, and then these 2 small buildings are where the elementary or the kindergarten are. And so what I decided to do was take out this smaller buildings and keep the bigger buildings, and then kind of have an extension of these 2 buildings, because our program was a garden school. So from early on, I decided that I want to have like the community garden as the center of the school, and have like the classrooms, computer labs, and all like and the programs kind of intersect into the community garden, and and have this as the center area. I think this is my second iteration. Yeah, this was my second iteration when when we first got the site, I decided to have a canopy structure that expands from this building to the other side, and have the programs kind of have the programs act like bubbles, and so that the students or the users can circulate freely. So there's no really determined circulation. You can, yeah, it's like a park, garden, or a forest that you can kind of meander through. This was what I had on the midterm. So let me zoom in. So so I have a big canopy structure that's covering this area, and it also extends up to this front area, and becomes a facade, I guess. Yeah, a facade. The programs are, I decided to have the programs in circular shaped spaces, because I thought that regular classrooms are very rigid, and then people are looking at in front instead of like it's a one-way communication between like the students and the teacher. So like the students aren't really connecting with each other. So like with circular shape, like people gather in like circles, and we see each other's faces, and there's more connection to be made there. And also like by making the spaces like smaller inside this circles, the idea was to minimize the square footage of air-conditioned spaces, so I save money on like electricity and power. Yeah, and then I had this was midterm, so I had a polycarbonate kind of roof on top of this, and then a structure, and then this is the perforated metal roof, and also the skin, not the skin, the facade. And from there, from the midterm, the feedback that I got was to keep the shape of the canopy kind of more simple, and then have the pathways not as determined, because the way that I have the garden right now, it makes the circulation too determined, and then it's not really like the canopy just goes on top of this classrooms or the existing classrooms, and they're not right. Like I think there's a connection to be made there in this threshold between the old and the new. So this is my latest scheme. This is a side plan view of the roof. There are the black parts are solar panels. There are about 1,266 solar panels. And hold on, let me see. I can't, let me find my calculation. Yeah, and my total square condition area is 47,000 square feet, and then from that I got the number that I needed, about 527,000 kilowatt hour annual electricity use, and with the amount of solar panel that I have, I managed to generate about 725,000 kilowatt per year. So there's opportunities to be where I can give back to the community. And one of the other, I guess the other difference that I made with this scheme was some of the modules of the roof are actually open now, because you can't really see it in the drawings. let me go ahead and go. Okay. Yeah. So this is let me reorient you first. This is the entrance, and then this is the north side of the building. And so, yeah, this part is more open because I have a greenhouse now here. And this module is now open up and it gives more light into like the areas underneath. So when you enter here, this is the, I guess, the, what do you call this? Welcoming area, and then there's a garden director, behind it, and then the administrative office. This is auditorium. It's half open and half closed. I'll show it in the plan, but I just want to show that now that now I have the classrooms sort of intersect, because my previous games, my classrooms are just separated and it doesn't really connect with my original idea that I want the classrooms to intersect with the gardens. And so with the last game, I decided to have like a big area of greenhouse where I put a living machine, which is a water, not reclamation, water, gray water filtration system using planter beds. Yeah, and these classrooms, they intersect and they open up towards the space here. This is the library, and then there's a ramp that leads you up to the second floor, and it's an open area reading spaces. Because I thought because of the COVID situation, so we need more open spaces. So the library, like the first floor is closed and the second floor is opened. And these are this 1, 2, 3, 4 are the labs, and then the main class, the 6 classrooms are intersecting with the thing with the yeah. This is the basketball court. And then these two are the community community wellness and food services. And what I forgot to mention about this was that I took the feedback and then I kind of dissect this building. So I remove the front walls and then I replace it with my modular walls. And I haven't talked about the materiality yet, but the walls are made out of 2x6, not 2x6, 2x8 constructions, and but well, let's not talk about that right now. Let's not talk about the materiality right now. I want to show that so when you enter the main greenhouse, there's a stair that leads you up to the mezzanine floor, where people could get where I'm guessing like where activities could happen, and then but on the ground floor, this classrooms opens up here, and then it also goes down to underground, not underground, but semi-underground level. So this is where you enter. This is the auditorium. So I kind of divided the circle. So the enclosed area is this area. So this is, you can walk here and then there's a ramp that you can take, go down, down, down. And then this is and but there's also a stair that goes down here, and you can kind of sit on the surfaces. There's a ramp that goes up here too, and then this is open area. And the walls here they're not walls, they're rotating doors. So all of this can open up to the outside. So when you're here, 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 you can kind of also contribute, or I don't know, you can join the space here. You can join the activity. That's the entrance area, computer lab, and then you go inside here. You can go up or you can enter here. But the entrance to the classrooms, they have separate entrances, which is here. Yeah, which is here, 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 here. But they also open up to the inside. Yeah, so you can enter here. You can also go outside here. You can also go down to the sub-basement area. And then this main circle is the main planter bed where the main filtration system would be. But there's also other beds that will filter the water. And the other circle of planters are just regular planter beds where kids could sit and kind of, yeah, when the space is open like this, I imagine like this is a folding door. So when it's open, like this whole space becomes one space. And if they're all open, I guess this whole space becomes one space. Yeah.
Maybe just go through the last two slides quickly, and then we can give you feedback.
So the wall material assembly is polycarbonate. I decided to use twin wall polycarbonate to cover my 2x8s, and I use translucent. Well, in some places where it's public, which is here is the main welcoming area, and I'm putting a translucent insulation, so you can kind of sort of see the shapes of people inside and colors and movements. You can't really see clearly. And in the private spaces, because I guess that insulation would be more expensive, so I'm using wool insulation. So this is the school, the two-story classrooms buildings, and the canopy, and this is the canopy. This is the classrooms, and it opens up to this main area, which is the greenhouse. Yeah. This is, and then you can go down here. There's seats here, and then this is the main planter beds. Yeah. Oh, the main structure here is. Oh, this is that space. So the structures here are laminated wood. Yeah, and then it has polycarbonate roof and skin. I guess that's it. This is where the children could sit, and then they can see the planters. And this is the second mezzanine level. That's the classrooms. They all open up to this main space. Yeah.
I think that's a good place to stop right there, and maybe just center that image, and then we can give you let the jury respond.
I think, okay, I'll go. As I was also on your midterm, Petra, and I have to say, I think this project is extremely successful for two reasons. One is the way that it addresses the existing building versus, what you're adding and how those relate to one another programmatically. I think second has to do with that in that it's really thinking about the current context in which we're in for education and COVID, and thinking about how can I adapt this current school and make open, breathable, flexible, indoor, outdoor spaces for learning. You're using the existing building for the, your standard classrooms that you'll need, and you're adding this large open canopy that allows for breathable, ventilated spaces for classrooms. And you're using a formal language of circles to define community and social groupings, as we've discussed in previous projects, and gathering spaces. And you're doing it in a way that, you can easily open these spaces and which is COVID friendly. And so I think those are the strong parts of this project. I think it's might be a little overly complex, and there might be some layers perhaps that you don't even need. You have in a lot of cases, you have two roof structures. Is there a way you can just simplify and use one structure? We really need to expand to the south and use up the full site? Or can we confine the boundaries of the addition to simply fill in, the two ends of the existing building and make a little square and then you have an outdoor space that's just usable for outdoor space. The basketball courts don't need a roof over their head. And I think it's nice when they don't. And I think perhaps we might, if we do reduce the project and the number of pods we have and the things that we need, we can put more of our energy into defining the roof structure and the roof layers. And perhaps I see you put trusses in and I-beams. It wasn't what I was imagining. I was imagining something a little bit more light, not quite so industrial, I guess. And I think the scale of the roof could be treated in a way that is a little bit more intimately defined. I think adding the solar panels up there is kind of a fascinating idea, but perhaps they're broken down and they're treated almost like an integral part of the roof membrane that's perhaps like the leaves of a tree or something. And you get this kind of light filtration through the roof that's a little bit more filtered and a more fine-grained scale. I really like the idea, just to kind of finalize here, adding the classrooms, off the greenhouse. I think that was a nice move, and being able to open and close those doors and breaking the volume of the circle there. I do wonder if maybe every circle and pod needs to be defined in the same way. Perhaps some are the polycarbonate with the sliding doors. Maybe some are just open. Maybe some are solid because you're going to need some light control in those spaces. So I think a kind of diverse, maybe you pick 3 ways to define these circles that gives you some variety in the way the spaces can be used. But overall, I really commend you for the concept and design and approach you took. I think it has a lot of potential.
Thank you.
Yeah, I find the project to be really quite fascinating as well. The idea of putting the large roof over everything, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, because on one hand, it gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of being able to kind of atomize all the other buildings underneath. On the other hand, the atomizing the buildings means that you have to design almost each individual building, and that's quite a bit. Looking at how you're when you were walking through the plans, yeah, there's a lot to consider on each building. But I appreciate that you're starting to go through and really think of each one and how it can respond to the space between the series of circles as well. The shading is so valuable in Los Angeles. I think just that alone is such a strong move. It provides a continuity to the project. It gathers together all of these various circles into this more continuous campus. I appreciate the way that the solar panels on top. It's not a regular pattern, but you can control the amount of daylight that comes through onto hitting the ground, and really tune the amount of daylight. And so it then becomes a conversation about the amount of daylight coming through, where it's hitting, the types of circular buildings in the program in there, their own material, how much light they need. And so I think this is a great strategy to deal with this program. I'm wondering did you take a look at, there's a few projects like Junior Ishigami's Kanagawa Institute.
Yeah, so that was actually my precedent study.
Okay, Donna 21st Century Museum.
I kind of looked at that one.
Okay.
The other precedent study that I had was the Children's Village by the Zero in Brazil. And they also have this big canopy and have like spaces.
Kanagawa, you're saying the Kanagawa Museum of Art as well by Sana? That one?
The Kanagawa Institute, the student center.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
No,
But
that
also the Selgascano there in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I think one of the powerful things is also the spaces in between your circles, right? And starting to, I know it's a lot to take on this project because you're focusing on trying to figure out what's happening in each of the circles, but then that kind of flexible space in between. And so Ishigami becomes interesting in the way that students can, change the furniture around based on however they need, and it gives that sort of flexibility. And with Selgascano, it's more about the landscaping in between. But I think it'd be good to, it's kind of an additional work, but to spend some time looking at the ground surface, the benches, and ways that people can gather and take advantage of, especially your operable doors, the way they open up. There's really a lot of nice design moves that you've made, and you're just trying to really take advantage of all of that with the representation and being able to show all the work that you've done so far, which you put a lot of thought into this, and it's really nice. I think I'll hold there, and great talk as well.
Thank you.
Those are good comments.
This is Drake. I think, Meg, I think when you were making your comments, I think one was you indicated you were surprised to see how the structural system used for the roofing material, and I agree with you. I think we both might be looking at something more on the line of the football stadium for the Rams, that had a more of an up-to-date type system, I guess, so to speak. But going back to the project, and listening to the comments, I agree with them. I like the approach, um, and I also support the idea that you know maybe cutting it back some might lean more toward the site plan in terms of not just having a concept and stand with it 100%. I mean, sometimes a concept is a good concept, but it does not mean you have to not change it. I mean, it's okay to change it. It's okay to play with it and be flexible. Um, but I really do like the concept. Uh, Circles are always, I think, for students. You go through a period where you're dealing with squares and rectangles, and we always want to challenge ourselves to let's do a circle. Let's see how can we handle that. And I think that's a good thing. I kind of I did that as well, and I think once you experience that, you begin to learn some things about circles, good and bad, because they definitely because of that shape, they definitely have ways you treat them, ways you approach them, you enter them, ways you exit them. How do a circle um, support another circle, and in terms of how far apart, how close, intersection. So it's a challenge. I think it's something that could be it could be a lot of fun, but also very challenging. And I could feel this with your project here. I mean, you have a lot of circles, so I could see that happening, and I just hope that you had some fun with it. I think it works well. There's always room for improvement. Um, and I do suggest that with all the students, I think there's always a good thing in terms of going back and improving your projects over time. I think sometimes we feel that once we do a project, we can't go back and improve it. But I think that's something that we all should do more of is revisit our projects and improve them, document it. It could be good for the future. Um, but yeah, I like it. Very challenging, a lot of detail, and I think sometimes you make things a little bit too more complicated than what it needs to be. And I think Meg kind of touched on that, and I agree with that as well. But good job, good
Yeah.
job.
I know you still, want to develop the final work and the final presentation. I think you have a very strong project. I do agree it could be simplified, which will only make your task easier as you move forward to pull it together. I think the main things that I'm hearing would need maybe some refinement and could be simplified would be the primary, I wouldn't even call it a roof, I would call it a canopy, right? That change of name alone could help you to rethink it in terms of what its purpose is, that it's just a canopy, shade canopy. And again, to go back to Chandler's point, how valuable shade is as a resource within this area. And the main transformation on this campus is, even just looking at it from an aerial perspective, just this unbearable hot tar asphalt scape that it is now, transformed into something which has shade and could have a very light touch. I think that keeping it simple could be super important also in terms of economy in this project, that you could propose something that through a very light touch canopy and these kind of simple pavilion-like structures. They're round, but if they're round, they've got to be simple, right? So that they don't become super expensive. I would argue that the envelopes and the kind of spatial aspects of those round pavilions under this lightweight canopy should be, really simple in their composition, in their construction, and in their design, both for the kind of simplicity of the project and the economy of the project. Because the benefit is like, oh, you get a circular building, like out of the fact that you can keep the envelope super simple, right? Because if you said I want to make a circular building, like it could be very expensive, right? It could be a very costly endeavor. But I think you're trying to do that by using simple framing, by using the polycarbonate. I think I see in this kind of views, internal views of the project, that it is perhaps getting too much intricacy between the different structures. I don't think you really need that much difference between these different pavilions, I would argue. I think they could all stay relatively similar, and actually just seeing sometimes transparency, sometimes translucency, and having one material could be very beautiful. So I think good comments. And we'll to be continued.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much for letting me present.
Yeah, thank you
Yeah,
for.
it's really great having the feedback.
So we have one final project, and I know, Drake, you said you had to leave. If you need to leave, that's understandable. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you. We hope to have you back. We'll invite you back.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So Megan Chandler, I'm going to hold you here for one more project, and Jose is going to give us his presentation. Jose, are you going to just use the concept board or just share your screen? I don't know how you want to do it there.
I have both. I have a presentation and the concept board.
Okay.
So I'll share my screen for the presentation. Can you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
So this is my project. My project is situated on Grandview Elementary School. And the actual site was pretty well developed. Most of the site had already existing structure for the school. Here you can kind of see it in the beige side of the site being in gray. And everything else is my project that I developed on the site. Essentially, I had started with massing models regarding a walled city/neighborhood, trying to keep similar programs together to allow for flow across the site. So these were iterations before I was even on the site, trying to keep the classrooms in the middle and surrounded by all the labs, the kitchens, and the community program as well. And here are some of the roof systems I had initially started working with as well. I was trying to keep the neighborhood feel, so adding some of the pitch roofs to the buildings to keep the home feeling for the students on site, since they spend more, if not the same amount of time at school sometimes than at home. And so I developed that into the actual existing layout of the school. So the school footprint is actually situated right underneath my new classrooms. I took half of the classrooms and deconstructed them, took them apart, kept the structure of the wood framing, and converted those into the exterior classrooms. And those are surrounded by the interior classrooms that I redeveloped using CLT panels. But here on the plan, you can see the classrooms on both sides of the site, which are on the top and lower end of the site. And then that surrounds the garden, kitchens, and labs in the middle, being topped off with some of the community program with the auditorium, the library, and some of the health and kitchen services for the community as well. And then that ties back to the original structures as well on the other side of the site. Um, sorry. And so to develop the actual massings, I did a few studies of how the roof might affect some of the thermal heating inside the space of these classrooms. Here are a few iterations of different size windows and different orientations that could affect some of the heating of the space. I wanted to include some kind of natural ventilation going on through the classrooms, having a chimney effect with heat rising up and out through the openings at the top. And here's a massing, a sectional massing of the classrooms with the exterior deconstructed classrooms in the center being capped by 2 interior classrooms made by the COT. The exterior classrooms are being roofed by fabric, being held by some tensile structure to keep that exterior feeling and but still provide some protection from the environment. And here's an enlarged section of the materiality and the layering of the classrooms. I decided to explore my options with corrugated throughout the project. So the classrooms are actually cladded with metal corrugated, painted different colors. The exterior classrooms are being cladded with plastic corrugating. And then the canopy that is to be shown still has some perforated corrugated as well to kind of explore transparency levels throughout the project and inside and outside of the buildings as well. So here I have some of the passive and active systems with the lighting, the heating, and the cooling using the windows and openings to provide the lighting and some of the passive strategies as well. And then here's a site plan showing the canopy. So the canopy strategy I took was to take a perpendicular direction of the classrooms and kind of intersect it with more pitched canopy going across the site, and then differentiating the spaces using the material that it is made out of. Here's an elevational of one of the sides of the site. This is showing some of the coloring of the corrugated and some of the patterns being created with just the coloring. Trying to differentiate the program using the different patterns and also shades of color on the buildings. And then another elevation showing the front side of the site, showing more of the classrooms. The exterior classrooms have these transparent panels, while these classrooms have the more opaque panels. And then you can see the kind of the canopy gable going down the site perpendicular of the direction of the classrooms. And here's like a view of one of the a few classrooms under the canopy using some of the shade as this solid material. The perforated materials here in the back and some of the PV panels being housed in the canopy as well. The PV panels are mainly around the classroom, the buildings themselves to provide direct power to them, but also serves as some shading as it's attached to the canopy over the classrooms. Between the classrooms, there's playground spaces that I populated with some netting playground. I wanted to give a different playground for the children where they can kind of explore and climb on things and kind of just, use the netting and a different ways throughout the playgrounds. And that should be it for this.
Okay.
All right. I'll lead off this time then.
Oh, you also, Jose also has boards on concept board. He's not showing those right now. Do you want to
Sure, I'll pull them up.
pull one up? I think that you're still finalizing those, correct?
Yeah, I need to add some text and
Okay.
reorient some stuff, I think.
Okay.
So I think the strategy of starting with the little house as a unit is kind of an interesting idea. That you're aggregating a series of those to make a village. I think that works, especially in for this age group, because it makes the buildings very kind of small scale and very personal. And it allows you, as a strategy, it allows you just a huge amount of flexibility to be able to locate those wherever you need, creating more density, to create kind of tighter, more intimate spaces, creating larger spaces in between as you're starting to take advantage of that. And so when I first saw the the early ideas of the houses, that concept model. But we'd already you kind of prefaced it by showing the axonometric even before that, right? And so then when we went to that little diagram of the aggregation, I was trying to figure out how much the project was still had to do with the aggregation versus this large sprawling roof. One of the advantages, I think, of the little houses is that they already come with a certain geometry of the roof. And it seems like you're playing with that geometry quite a bit and seeing what potential that had in generating the overall kind of collective form of the aggregation. I think it was a little bit surprising when I found out there was a whole nother canopy over top of everything. Quite opposite of the last project. In a way where the separation of the two in the last project seemed to really help to unify. I think the strength of the little houses are that it has such a strong form to begin with, that I think you could more easily tie together the form of the houses with the canopy if they were more integrated. Because they are both this kind of gable form, and their alignments are often kind of using that misalignment. I think there's maybe some opportunities there. The way that the canopy gets deployed feels, some of those turns gets a little haphazard. When you have the kind of grid shift in a way, because when they're all working in the same direction in a way that's kind of easy, that they, it's just the repeated roof pattern. But then it's an awkward junction when it tries to turn. And I was wondering if, when I was, as you're presenting, trying to figure out where this was going, if there was maybe a logic to all the roof panels and that the geometry of the folding that is defining the canopy, and if that was in a way independent of the floor plan of the roof or of the individual buildings, but you kind of force those to come together so that the canopy geometry, as it's passing across the entire site, it were in a way more uniform, or it felt like it was all part of the same system instead of having to find these junctions. And then how that negotiates with these shifts in the grid could produce some really nice intersections of where those, the house walls kind of extend up to the roof form. I think you could produce a really a nice dialogue between the two, where they felt maybe a little bit more integrated, but they were affecting each other. Right now, I think they feel very independent, and they're not necessarily informing each other. They're just kind of co-present. Yeah, I think there's some opportunity for that.
They're independent, but they're not. They're trying to be forced into coexistence. And so maybe you either have to go one way or another. You either have to really get them to be integrated together, or you have to allow for more accidents to happen, which might actually be more interesting, right?
Yeah, I agree. Jennifer Bonner, who used to teach at Woodbury, her House Gables project in Atlanta, she's dealing with the idea of the gable roof. And there's a series of them, but they hit the exterior walls and they get cut. And so the profile becomes really quite interesting because it's a result of a certain roof logic and a plan logic hitting together. And it creates really unique conditions. And so you could start to take advantage, I think, of some of those juxtapositions between the roof system and a plan system.
I agree. There is a very evident tension between the little house form and the canopy structure right now. And just to sort of add to that, I think those are very good comments. I really appreciate it. The kind of thing that I'm seeing that's different from the midterm is there is a sort of new logic to the way this is located on the site. And there was the analysis of your passive heating that is occurring. And when you were describing that, I was getting really excited because I think the language of these little houses and the gable roof, I was beginning to think, oh, maybe he's starting to manipulate the form of the gable roof structure, to work in his benefit in terms of energy. And you're starting to see what works and what orientations work. And then that can be, perhaps that could be used to create a strategy for how you're placing these on the site, as well as the kind of manipulation of the house gable, like the Jennifer Bonner project. And I think that could be sort of way to go about creating a little more continuity on the site, and giving a sort of rationale to how things are placed. I really like your interior views. Actually, they're quite compelling, and when I see them, I'm struggling with the sort of scale of the canopy. It does feel like there's two formal languages, as has been said, and perhaps the scale of the canopy could be adjusted. But I am very attracted to this idea of the two having their own kind of logic and placement and orientation, and that being an opportunity for a unique moment at their junction.
So I put the House Gables project into the chat.
Thank you.
And there's also another architect, Diego Aragada. He used to work for Johnson Markley for years. So you can see some similarities. So he's spent some time in Los Angeles. But he also kind of operates in this idea of there's a logic for a roof and then there's a logic for a plan. And the way those two come together do some really nice results. But I second Meg's idea that you could really start to tune the roof form to your performance, solar performance, wind performance, and really trying to get your building systems to become an active participant in that dialogue of the form making process.
Okay. Yeah, I opened this Diego project right now.
Yeah, I think that's a good reference. I think it would be helpful also, Jose, because in these final boards that you're working on now, it's hard to see the actual massing of the project under the canopy. And I think what might even be harder still for our jury to read is that some of the program is actually housed under the canopy and some of the program is not. Some of the program is within its own volumes. Most of the smaller spaces are in their own smaller volumes. And then the program that's larger, like the gymnasium and the auditorium, are housed under the canopy itself, or even the community food center. So I think those things are difficult to read right now, and I would encourage you to really try to show your massing of the project as it is now in the kind of sequencing of the development, like to get rid of all of those older massings. It's confusing to have the old massing that you did in the early stage of the project. I would only include the massing that you did now and try to build up the kind of layers of the site and the different gabled roofs between the CLT smaller houses and then the larger canopy. It sounds like from the feedback that you're getting that the canopy itself needs some clarification and perhaps even some trimming or some simplification or even just more unity of itself, because it's kind of a patchwork that's trying to stitch itself over the site and over these different programs. And I think showing the program which is underneath and the massing which is underneath by itself would be good. And then studying the canopy by itself also would be good. And then bringing the two together and understanding how those two different things coexist. And I do think it's possible that they don't always have to line up. They could actually create new opportunities underneath where they don't. And so they have to make sense unto themselves. They do have to fit together, but there might be a way they can coexist without having to bend too much to each other, right?
Yeah.
I think you're trying to split the difference right now. And, I think also in terms of materiality, there's another level or another pass of review that might need to be considered in terms of how you bring everything together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's really got great potential, though.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the fact that you're getting into the wall section as well.
Yeah, that's a nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
One moment that I really, it's very, very simple move, but I really enjoy is the slit window that just cuts through the volume of the little house. And I just wish there would be kind of more little simple moves like that almost, and that would sort of sell me on it.
Yeah, thanks, Meg. That reminded me, though, because you talked about these wind towers or these chimneys for the airflow. And yeah, I like those windows as well. But trying to really understand a wind tower or a chimney and how the airflow works. So predominant wind direction, the way a window can, way it's opens will affect how well the suction will occur, if it's a Venturi effect or really just how it's operating, and making sure you're getting then a low window on the other side to get that airflow to go through. But that can also be a determinant in that form, right, of the gable form, that it can help to really determine how high it should be and where that should be. It should probably be at the tallest points, right? So that the warmest air will automatically escape. And then, looking at your elevation, I was a little bit surprised that there's a line, like a flat line at the top, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect that. that, okay, maybe the roofs, the pitch needs to change, and some are going to be higher and some are lower.
Yeah, the canopy really flat, the top of the elevation now.
Yeah, and I think that brings up an important point. All the kind of qualities that you like about the gable somehow in the elevation have gotten erased, right? So that might be some way to frame how you reconsider the canopy, that the canopy might be overpowering in that way, in terms of making these long lines. I think it's also a choice of where you took the elevation, because if the elevation were taken from a different view, it changes, right? On one perspective, it will be a series of gables. On the other side, it becomes a long line. You have this kind of a factory roof system over on top, but maybe, I don't know that it has to be all in one direction. I think you explored that. I think it's just about refining the kind of intersections where you do make turns. And maybe it's not all one canopy. Maybe it's a series of canopies. That might be one thing to do, is just to break it up and not have it all be interconnected. It's already got holes in it anyway. So maybe it's a series of canopy structures that grow off of the larger buildings underneath.
I just,
yeah.
Oh, sorry. I just realized that there really isn't a kind of, there's a detailed wall section, but there isn't really a section that shows you how this thing, these elements come together. There's the sort of elevation. And I think actually doing those drawings, doing a section that cuts in both directions. So you have one that's through this open space under the canopy, and you have one that cuts through a series of open spaces and volumes, the little houses. I think that would really help you actually start to define where the canopy should sit in section, and how it should be sitting also in plan, if it should be holistic or broken up. I can sort of imagine these gable roofs popping, the taller, bigger ones popping out of, visually popping out of this canopy. You don't really even need a canopy over them. It's just, in elevation, you're starting to have those gables be expressed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before we go, I want to thank our two remaining jurors. We had so many jurors throughout the day. Now and you guys have really stuck with us. Thank you so much for giving us a little extra time today. Chandler, yes, and Meg, thank you. And the students are hanging in there somehow by the bed. They're still awake. They're managing. I really think this overall, everyone has pulled together a really good project and very strong